for Clint because that's his girlfriend. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. My name's Luke Rudowski here of the best politicalshow.com as we have a very special broadcast for you guys tonight, as there's a lot of crazy, large political bombshells that are going to be unfolding, and we will have, I think, the best panel on the internet to break it down in real time. As tonight, it's the large presidential debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, as Donald Trump is up in the polls, getting support from individuals like Elton John, The Rock, as Kamala just had a custom podium built for her, as the corporate media is going to be pulling out all the tricks, as there are some very interesting conversations also happening around right now with cats and Haitians. What's going on? Well, we're going to be talking about that, plus a lot more, all here for the next 3-4 hours. However long it takes, we're going to be breaking it down, as of course you guys get to also participate in the conversation. And one quick and easy way to do that is to sign up to LukeUnfiltered.com. When you do that, you get the ability to call in, as we are going to be going to callers in about 30 minutes from now. First-time callers get priority, and they will also be given the chance to get any type of free product they want on wearechange.shop. We're going to be doing our best to read any and all super chats, but we prefer, and we will be prioritizing mysuperchat.com from Streamlabs that allows us to have a 3% service charge and not a 30% service charge like YouTube usually charges us. Joining us for tonight's conversation is, I think, one of the most in-tune political figures in the industry, and that, of course, is Roger Stone. Roger, for the people who are living under a rock, might not know who you are you, and how would you introduce yourself?
I'm Roger Stone. I'm a veteran of 13 national presidential campaigns, starting with Richard Nixon all the way to Donald Trump. I'm a New York Times best-selling author. I'm a conspiracy realist. And although I have a deep sentimental attachment to the old Republican Party, I believe the two-party system is a rigged Hegelian's, shell game that is meant to distract us from the fact that there are global elites trying to destroy our freedoms. And I'm very excited about being here tonight.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure to always have you. Your insight is, I think, vastly more superior than a lot of other kind of superficial political commentators out there. As, of course, also joining us will be Alex Jones in about 2 hours from now, as we will be on his show. He will be on our show. So this is going to be the main channel, thebestpoliticalshow.com, that you want to share right now, because I don't see any other commentator having this many heavyweights in the room. I've been doing this just for 20 years. Roger, you've been doing this for a lot longer. Alex Jones has been doing this for 40 plus years, and the level of insight, the commentary that we're going to be breaking down, the issues that we're going to be bringing up, you're not going to hear anywhere else. So please share this broadcast with your friends and family members if they really want in-depth analysis into the larger presidential debate that's going to be happening today. Also joining us today is Andrew Meyer. Don't tase me, bro. Good to have you here.
Thank you very much.
Who are you?
Yeah, the creator of the Alex Jones video game. So fun that we're going to have Alex. And as Luke said, the "Don't Tase Me, Bro" famously questioned John Kerry for his refusal to try and impeach George Bush. What Roger was saying about the fake system, the fake political parties. But tonight we have a real debate between someone that's for the American people, Donald Trump, and just a regular deep state puppet, so it should be fun.
Clint Russell, also in the house here. Always great to have him here as well. Very busy man, and we always appreciate his contributions to the show.
Of course, man. This is the Super Bowl of American politics, if not politics for the entire world. It's very odd to have a political analysis show that's going to run this deep, given that it's filled with a room of people that understand that we are watching what is largely a play. However, I think that that's the type of analysis that the American people need, because regardless of the fact that it's all a play, I think that this outcome of this election will matter tremendously, and tonight will probably decide it. So I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. At Liberty Lockpod on X. If you want to support my work, subscribe there. I'll follow you back. Liberty Lockdown is the show. Please do subscribe. I'll be doing a full breakdown of this debate tomorrow over there. But this panel, along with Alex, is going to be phenomenal. So please do share it around.
Now's the time to lock in. Now's the time to pay attention to every little detail, because there's going to be a lot of tricks played by the puppeteers. There's going to be a lot of psyopses. There's going to be a lot of things happening in real time that I think a lot of people are going to be missing, that we're going to be paying very close attention to. Steph is also in the house. Steph, who are you?
Hi, everybody. everybody. This is Steph of We Are Change. I'm here to push the buttons, and this is going to be a legendary show, so stay tuned.
All right, let's just get into it because there's still so many things we need to talk about before we actually go to the larger kind of presidential debate that will be kind of unfolding here. As, of course, we're going to have the screen ready to go whenever the debate starts. But today, we also got a very interesting perspective to why Joe Biden is not up there on the debate stage, as of course he had some very interesting comments about what he plans on doing tomorrow. Here's Joe Biden, the President of the United States, in his own words, saying that he's going to be doing something very weird tomorrow.
I'm going up to my granddaughter's birthday in New York. Then we're going to watch a debate, and then tomorrow I'm doing 9/11. I spoke to the Vice President. She seems calm, cool, and collected. I think she's going to do great. And I'm not going to tell you what advice I gave.
Yes, Joe Biden is going to be doing 9/11.
Ground all flights nationwide.
Mayor Willie Brown, don't fly again. Please tell everyone in your circle, don't get on those airplanes, as tomorrow is also another major anniversary. We are going to be doing a special show with Mark Dice and Richard Gage tomorrow at 12 noon, talking about the larger history and alternative kind of pathways towards understanding that particular event and how it transformed everything in our current modern political system. But it's fair to say the Republicans fumbled the ball, I think, in 2001. I think what we saw from Joe Biden today is the main reason why we are not seeing him on the debate stage. He does not have a way with words. The last presidential debate, Donald Trump ruined his political career to the point where right now they are literally trying to hide him away as best as they can. He was the first night at the DNC all the way near midnight, and he's been vacationing a lot. He hasn't been making a lot of statements. And there's a possibility that he could also soon be replaced in order to make Kamala the president of the United States, in order to get some kind of desperate boost. As, of course, Donald Trump is leading in the polls, and it wouldn't surprise me if they would sacrifice old Yeller even more. That's just my perspective. Roger, what do you think? Because you're paying attention to the larger kind of chess game at play here, and there's a lot more going on behind the scenes than the general public is told about.
Luke, I totally agree with that. If you go back June of last year when I spoke to the Turning Point USA gathering in Palm Beach, I specifically said Joe Biden would not stand for re-election. Kamala Harris would briefly become president. Now, I may have missed it in the last third of my prediction, which I thought that they would realize that Michelle Obama was potentially a much, much stronger candidate than Kamala Harris. I still think they tried to draft her, and she just was undraftable. She just wasn't willing to do it. That explains the delay between the time that Joe was forced out and Barack Obama, I think, reluctantly, finally, not only endorsed Kamala, but then moved all of his henchmen into her campaign to take it over to try to make sure she wins. The stakes are high, maybe not for Obama himself under the immunity ruling, but a number of his key figures who engaged in treasonous activity could be worried about going to prison if we have a criminal justice system based on the law, actually based on the law. So I think anything here is possible. Look, I wrote a book in 2013, which I documented the Secret Service's absolute involvement and laying down on JFK. The more we hear out of Butler, Pennsylvania, the clearer I think it becomes that there's not only malfeasance there, but I think a willful effort to stand down. So if they killed one president, they tried to kill another president. They also famously tried to kill Ronald Reagan. What would stop them from trying to kill Joe Biden? He's excess baggage at this point. I don't wish that on him. I have no proof of this, but I do know how ruthless these people are. I think it's entirely possible.
Yeah.
I had Kash Patel on the Stone Zone yesterday. I'd seen him on with Sean Ryan. He predicted the exact same thing. These people are that evil. And if Joe is totally expendable, they think this might elevate Kamala into being a historical figure and give her some aura of greatness. I think they could try
He's
it.
not only expendable, he's a detriment to the campaign.
Yes.
He's a reminder to everyone what Bidenomics and the Build Back Better policies did to the average American. So there could be a larger kind of sacrificing of this pawn, of this larger puppet, in order to try to maybe have some kind of engineered event that could potentially shift the polls. I mean, we are how many days away? 56 days away from November 5th. And in between now and then, anything could happen. It's anyone's game. There's a lot of dirty tricks being played here, and I'm watching everything extremely carefully. I'm fact-checking everything 2 times, 3 times. I'm making sure, like, hey, we got to be super careful here because they're looking for any excuse just to shut down alternative independent media, and they are already running particular operations that are significantly impacting it, as, of course, we are all probably getting spied on. We all probably have our phones tapped, and they're looking for every little excuse they could find in order to shut down the voices that are speaking out against their multi-million-dollar PSYOP manipulation operation that they're desperately trying to hold on to, that they're losing the control and narrative with.
I think one thing that Roger pointed out, which people should really take note of, they would absolutely sacrifice Joe Biden for a 1-point boost in the polls for Kamala Harris. So we've all forgotten, it seems, Donald Trump was shot at, what, 1 month, 2 months ago? It wasn't long. And
I think it's 57 days ago.
People forget. Donald Trump was literally shot at, if not for the grace of God, a miracle from God, turning his head. Donald Trump would not be with us right now. And everybody knows the Secret Service let it happen. The deep state took a shot at Trump. That's why RFK Jr. joined his squad. And if they have to sacrifice Joe Biden for a 1-point boost for Kamala Harris, absolutely they would do it. People need to be aware of how sick the other side is.
I think I'll be a little bit less dire with my prognostications. I think it's highly probable that Joe will step down for health reasons, scare quotes, because his son just got those felony convictions for tax evasion, and he needs him to be taken care of. He also, thanks to his illustrious shady business dealings in Ukraine as well as China through his brother, through his son and also his brother, I think it's highly probable that he will be looking for protection from the machine. He knows he has to play ball. I think that they will get that bump that they're looking for by turning Kamala into the incumbent with 3-4 weeks to go. And I think that's what they hope will stem the tide. Yeah. I think they're wrong, though. I think at that point it'll be too late.
Yeah. I think they're deathly afraid. I think they're absolutely incredibly insecure right now, as they are, in my opinion, shaking in their boots with so many things on the line right now, as they heavily invested in Kamala, which I think they have regrets doing, especially with the latest poll numbers, especially with the way that things are kind of unfolding, and especially with the latest development that we just heard a couple hours ago, and that is that Kamala Harris will have a miniature podium for tonight's presidential debate. Yes,
she's a tiny little podium.
You heard that correctly. The Kamala Harris campaign has requested that her podium is smaller, so it will make it look like the candidates are the same sized when the television is split. As of course, Donald Trump is 6'3", Kamala Harris 5'4", and you can already see the difference here from the corporate media when it shows you the two podiums right next to each other. So again, any and all forms of manipulation will be happening here, and you could see them going to the minutia, trying to, of course, manipulate it for their own personal benefit. Here's the clip. I don't think we could hear it. I think it's just the video there. But here it is. Those are two very different kind of podiums there. But for Kamala Harris, it really does mean a lot to her to, of course, not look small compared to Donald Trump.
People may be looking at that video and thinking to themselves, well, that still demonstrates the size differential. But what you're not seeing is that when they do a solo shot, it'll have the same amount of torso for Trump as it will for Kamala behind that podium, therefore making them look equally sized.
Maybe they'll recycle that little desk that they had Joe Biden sitting at the other day. I mean, talk about diminishing him. He sat it looked like he was sitting at the kids' table. It was really embarrassing.
It was the Fisher-Price Oval Office, which
Yes.
I've commented many years ago saying, this guy's a puppet. As soon as he got in there, I was like, this guy's a puppet. They're literally going to put a fake Oval Office in there with a fake red button, with a fake staff, and he's going to think he's the president of the United States, when in reality, the corporate special interest will be, of course, calling the shots here, and that's exactly what we have seen them kind of implement and do.
Question for Roger. I mean, we were all talking about how obviously Joe had to go because his brain was broken. That was obvious to anyone that was nonpartisan or just paying attention. Why is it indicative of the rot within the Democratic Party that they, even with their replacement, they still have a brain dead puppet? Why can't they get any charismatic figures a la Barack Obama anymore?
Well, I think they had one, but they couldn't convince her to run.
True.
I still think she would have been a stronger candidate than the one they had. She's non-political. She's not tied to all the mistakes of the past. I think that narrative could have been sold. The the mainstream media slavishly, as you know, worships the Obamas. But this is what they're stuck with, and they know it's problematic. Watching her take a walk with her husband and not even answer questions being shouted at her by reporters. Reporters I know have told me when she goes between the plane and the car, she won't answer questions. Wow. On those few occasions where she does, she pulls out a little notebook and she reads from it.
Wow.
So this is someone who cannot speak on her feet. That's going to be her great weakness tonight.
Oh, yeah.
She's got to do this whole thing by memory. She has no ability to think on her feet. And, of course, Trump is a master at the impromptu quip.
Yep.
You know, he's a natural. This guy has not an iota of fear in him. This is a high-stress situation. I mean, I would be shook. He is cool as a cucumber. I mean, this is where he's at his absolute best, and he doesn't do any of this phony debate simulation, where they bring in somebody to play Kamala Harris and three of his staff members pretend to be reporters. And he doesn't do any of that stuff. I mean, in the debates with Hillary Clinton, in all honesty, I can tell you how much preparation he did. None. Wow. None.
And that was his best debate performances in his entire career, in my opinion.
And this is the moments he lives for. He loves these moments. He loves being able to, of course, be in a contentious room, and he's done it this entire campaign trail, which has garnered him a lot of support. Kamala, on the other hand, she did a radio interview, and you literally hear the papers moving around, her notes moving around in the microphone as she's scrambling, trying to read lines during a radio interview, so she, of course, gets them right. So this also attracted Atlas here, who, of course, heard the little snack that I have here. Couch Atlas, thank you very much. Lay down, thank you. But this shows you the difference between these two candidates and their natural kind of abilities that clearly Kamala Harris is at a major disadvantage at tonight.
Well, yeah, on the inverse of the kind of preternatural confidence that Donald Trump was imbued with from birth, it appears, you have this, what appears to be a genuinely shell-shocked candidate in Kamala Harris. She is. I don't think she's avoiding, these sit-down interviews and things like that because her campaign is telling her not to, though they may be. But rather, I think she's genuinely afraid of having these conversations. It's destructive to her hopes of seeing the White House. And I think that this night, well, most politicians would perceive it to be the greatest opportunity they've ever had in their political careers. I have a deep suspicion that she will be entering this night horrified.
Yeah, I think she's racked with anxiety. We've read about her being anxious about dinner parties, being practicing to have normal dialogue, normal conversations during a high-level dinner party. So I think she's existing on a diet of Xanax and vodka, and I think.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with vodka, Roger.
True, but the point
is, it Russian vodka? That's an issue right there.
Careful. No, I think you're exactly right. She is anxiety stricken at this very moment, and Trump revels in this. This is what he lives for. So this is going to be very, very interesting.
And he does an incredible job at it. He's able to keep his composure in rooms where people are literally screaming at him and just cursing him out and telling him off in very significant ways. He showed up at the Libertarian National Convention. He showed up, I think it was at the Black Reporter Summit as well, and he had a very contentious interview, and he didn't pander. He didn't try to pretend to be somebody he's not. He was genuine. He was real. He's doing podcasts where the questions could be anything and everything. Kamala's doing the exact opposite of that. So this is going to be incredible to see, as a lot of people are expecting a major smackdown here.
And this is very similar tactics to what we saw from RFK Jr. and credit to Vivek. I really feel as if he pioneered the independent media lane because he was doing it for a year and a half. He did my show multiple times. Obviously he was at the Libertarian Party convention as well. I'm just trying to spread the credit around. I'm very appreciative that Donald Trump is respecting the American people enough to actually have these off-the-cuff, unscripted interviews. That's what we want to see. This is the reason that podcasts have become the number one medium for information exchange, is because we want long-form, unscripted dialogue. We do not want the canned nonsense. We know that you're lying to us, and particularly when you're working off of a script, it's going to be just filled with lies. When he does these hour-long sit-downs, it's a breath of fresh air, and Kamala simply cannot do it. And I think that difference is very profound. Those that are interested in the truth are leaning towards Trump. those that are happy being lied to for the rest of their existence, they're all on board for Kamala.
Yeah, and Roger, I want to ask you, what should be the strategy here? How do you think Donald Trump is going to play it, and how should he play it? Because he is in the power position. He is someone who I think is really going to be the larger deciding factor here. And there's multiple ways that he could play this. I know there's a bunch of people in his campaign saying that he should try to appeal to the female voters. Is that a worthwhile strategy here? Should he come off strong, or should he come off reserved?
I think it's important to recognize, and we haven't talked about the backdrop here. We're on the cusp of a major realignment. When Dick Cheney, the biggest war criminal probably in American history, and his criminal daughter, and Adam Kinzinger, are now in the war with the war party. And you have patriots like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard joining the Trump entourage. We're on the beginning of a massive political realignment, the kind we had in 1932 under Roosevelt, the kind that began in 1968 under Nixon, which finally manifested itself in the election of Reagan. Trump, I think, needs to embrace this tonight. His is now much bigger than the Republican Party. This election is no longer a Republican-Democrat election. This election is between the insiders and the outsiders, between the globalist power elites who control the leadership of both parties. So I think he should be appealing to those libertarians, those independents, those people with common sense who may have been for Robert Kennedy prior to this, or may have been Democrats prior to this. One thing you know about him is he won't pander. He will never pander. He'll tell you exactly what he thinks. I'm looking forward to one of his classic performances. I'll make one other suggestion. He'll be funny at some point tonight because he understands that politics is entertainment. Mm-hmm. And if you don't entertain the voters, you bore the voters, well, they start to look elsewhere. So he's going to be himself. Last night, I went to see this great new movie on Reagan, which is very worthwhile. It was very enjoyable. But there is a scene where he's preparing for his second debate with Walter Mondale. And they're trying to cram him with all these statistics and trying to get him to memorize labor statistics and job creation statistics, and it's not going well. And Nancy Reagan finally just turns on his advisors and says, look, you need to let Reagan be Reagan. You need to let Ronnie be Ronnie. That's exactly what's going to happen tonight. That Trump, it's not Trump's style to cite these rote statistics that they've prepared briefing books for. This is about people need to feel like they know the candidate for president. They don't feel like they know Kamala Harris. They don't know anything about her other than maybe that crazy cackle, and she's got to suppress that tonight, by the way.
You made a very excellent point here. It's not left versus the right. It's the establishment versus the anti-establishment. It's the Democratic political party with the umbrella of Wall Street, big tech, the Federal Reserve, and all these other small, dominated interests that are always getting in their way versus the American people.
Defense contractors, don't forget them. They're in there.
Oh, yeah. The military-industrial complex as well versus pretty much the rest of America.
Yeah, and to even shorten it further, it's the sane versus the insane. And I think this is evidenced not just by the political overlap or transference that we're seeing when it comes to Tulsi Gabbard or RFK Jr., but also political commentators. I mean, even Joe Rogan over the past few weeks has been seemingly mortified by many of Kamala Harris's policy positions, and I don't blame him. But then you also have the Weinstein brothers, the Eric and Brett Weinstein. They both are two of the most brilliant, political commentators that I've come across in recent memory, and they are both in the Trump camp now. It appears strictly because they have recognized what I think all kind of independently minded people have, is that it's us versus the machine, and if we lose this one, we don't get it back.
Yeah, Steph, we got a bunch of super chats. Let's start reading them off, please.
Sure. We have S.A. Federale saying, I'm here for this. Tim is under total assault by the alphabet cult. I wish I could be there for both. I've chosen my champions. May God have mercy on us all. Let's effing go.
Thank you, S.A. Federale.
We rarely overlap with IRL. This is one of those rare times we have to.
We also have another one from S.A. Federale saying, tell Roger he's still the GOAT. That is all.
Never stop being the GOAT.
The entire panel is great. I never imagined this reality. don't lose this thing you're doing.
Absolutely not. It's going to take a lot to stop us, and there's been a lot already thrown at us throughout the few years. I mean, you've been around longer than I have, Roger. There's so many underhanded tricks. There's so many things that they're trying to utilize against us. It's overwhelming sometimes, but if you have a faith in something larger and better than yourself, it will drive you towards success. And I think this is the one reason why we are still here, this larger kind of belief in the good, in the truth. And that's something that, of course, they can't compete with millions of dollars of propaganda and underhanded tricks and setups that they, of course, put for us to be tricked by.
And a shared vision. I think that's also what kind of brings us all together, that we're all in pursuit of that truth. Just out of curiosity, Roger, do you think that there has ever been a more perilous political landscape, social climate, just broadly? You know, I'm a little bit younger. To me, this is as dangerous a time as I've ever lived through. Do you feel the same?
Yeah, I mean, look, we have had this tendency in politics to say at every election, this is the most important election in our lifetime. And maybe even at the time we thought that it might be. But this time, I don't think our system of government, I don't think our society, I don't think the civility of our society or the safety of our society survives if this woman is elected. She is a puppet for people who intend to cancel the Constitution and just grind you under. You will own nothing, and before long they'll have us eating bugs. I don't care about you, but I'm not eating their friggin' bugs.
Or cats and dogs, like they did in Venezuela with hyperinflation, and like some other cultures do. And the Koreans too. We got another super chat from YouTube from the Brian Madigan saying, "Gentlemen, this is democracy manifest." I would kind of agree with that. David Schmedlick.
How can it be democracy when nobody ever voted for Kamala? Not ever did anyone vote for Kamala. This is not democratic at all. This is war right now.
I think he's talking about this broadcast.
Oh, this
we're
broadcast.
doing here, and the conversations we're spurring on here. We got another one from David Stemlick saying, "Did you know, according to the first Haitian constitution, Polish people are considered black even if we are white on the outside?" I've heard that from Black Israelites previously beforehand as well.
That's right.
And that's right. All right, let's continue on with the conversation, as of course it definitely does look like the corporate media will be doing everything they can to make Kamala Harris the winner today, as there's even a CNN journalist suggesting that it's unfair to ask Kamala about her policy details. Yes, you heard that correctly. Here's the clip from CNN that just shows you how invested they are in someone that doesn't even give them the time of day and doesn't even try to be interviewed by them.
But how does she have a opportunity to, on the one hand, do what needs to get done and also straddle that?
Well, I think this is where the fourth estate comes in. This is our job, right, as journalists tomorrow, to actually push on the policy questions. Because what I do feel is that people are pushing for a higher standard of policy detail than they've actually pushed Donald Trump for.
Yeah, don't ask for no details here. You don't need to know the exact policies. You don't need to know exactly what they're doing. Just trust us, because all the major corporations support her too, and there's no Fortune 500 CEO supporting Donald Trump. That shows you the dividing lines here that are very clear, that are very big, and the American people have a very interesting choice. And I think it's fair to say that if they're paying attention to what's really going on here and not just tuned into the corporate media, they're overwhelmingly going to be, of course, voting Donald Trump. That's just my perspective.
Luke, is there any doubt whatsoever in your mind that Jake Tapper has already pre-recorded his declaration of Kamala Harris is the big winner tonight?
Yep.
I mean, no, it's already in the can, so Jake can leave early tonight.
She could literally stand up on stage, just go into like catatonic state of shock, and they would still declare her the winner. Her performance will be irrelevant in terms of the media, corporate media pundits' analysis. What really matters is how her performance strikes the American people. I don't think she's going to be able to deliver in a compelling fashion, or an honest fashion, or a sincere fashion, or a human fashion. She's going to come across as this, this scripted machine robot that she is, and I think that's not going to get the job done. I think Trump is going to mop her. I really do.
It really kind of depends on who gets to be the agent change here. That's the irony of all this. Harkening back to Obama's campaign, what was he selling? Hope and change. No specifics. Mm-hmm. Hope and change.
Exactly.
And people who were fed up with the Bushes and with the predecessors, that sounded pretty good to them. So what is she now selling? She's selling joy.
Joy,
no
and,
specifics.
Joy and breadlines.
Joy.
And,
exactly.
and I think she's running on hope too, hoping that you forget about the last 3 years, which is going to be, I think, her major policy that she's trying to institute right now. And that's probably why she's afraid of these interviews. That's probably why she's afraid of being asked and questioned about any of this, because if she is, she doesn't have a good concrete answer to why she failed repeatedly. As of course, right now we're going to go to callers from members of LukeUnfiltered.com. We usually go to callers later, but because we're going to be watching the debate in about 30 minutes now live with everyone, we're just going to take the caller right now, as it looks like we have Wannabe Austrian on the line right now. Wannabe Austrian, thank you so much for becoming a member of LukeUnfiltered.com. What is your question for everyone?
I was thinking about, like you said before, we're less than 60 days from the election, and I got to be honest, I'm not too invested in the Donald Trump camp. I don't really like to put much hope in political candidates in the first place. And so I also live in the communist state of New York, so my vote doesn't really matter that much, at least for president.
It does if you're voting for RFK.
This is true. Well, see, that's where I wanted to ask this question, because I'm kind of really my two options I'm really considering is if it means something for ballot access, maybe vote for Chase Oliver just to throw the LP a vote. I really don't want to throw that guy a vote, but I'll throw the LP a vote, or just write in Ron Paul. So I was kind of just wondering what you guys kind of thought about that.
Well, you saw what happened to Kyle Rittenhouse when it came to writing in Ron Paul. Don't get yourself canceled. Look, I agree with the sentiment, and honestly, if I thought that even though I have major personal disagreements with Chase Oliver, if I thought that there was a chance in hell he was going to get 5% of the nationwide vote and get official third-party status, I'd probably throw a vote for him. There's no chance of that happening. So if you want to vote for him, feel free, but it ain't going to get us over the 5% line.
And I think also paying attention to local elections, who's running in your local kind of area for town sheriff, for council members, for state representative. All that kind of matters, especially where you're at. Getting someone involved in understanding the larger kind of ley lines of what's happening here, I think is important. I understand the point you're coming from. I understand that the larger solutions are going to be brought up by individuals taking power within themselves and responsibility within themselves to make the best actions for themselves, their family members, and their communities and their neighborhoods. That right there is the true solution that they're really afraid of. Voting once every 4 years, I mean, that does... it's something, but comparatively to the small actions that you can make on a micro level, that is right there something that I would be personally focusing on, because there's decisions where you vote with your clicks, where you vote with your dollars, that are a lot more important, that if you pay attention to, that you get involved in, will make a significant difference. So for me, not all hope is lost. I had your sentiment for many years. I was like, it just doesn't matter. I don't like the left and right. But this year's a little bit different. I think with the attempt on Trump's life, I think with Roger Stone, with RFK Jr., with Vivek Ramaswamy, with Tulsi Gabbard, all these people coalescing here, we have a formidable group of individuals that will actually try to succeed and represent you in an actual, real, legitimate way. So that's just my kind of perspective and pitch.
I agree with what Luke was saying. Local is super, super important. But even if you're in New York, you think there's no way he'll win the state. For one, let's give Trump a mandate. When the left loses, they like to say, but look at the popular vote. See, Trump's not really popular. It's a lot of times because people in New York or California, they think their vote's not going to matter. Let's give Trump a mandate so that America feels like we really did something strong with this election. And then for a second thing, who knows? If enough people say, whatever, I'm voting for Trump anyway in New York, and we get real data, maybe we could see, here's where we're doing well, here's where we're not doing well in New York, and maybe we can get to taking back that state too one day.
Yeah, it's a very small message, but I like to send it regardless. Normally, I think every presidential election, basically, I've voted for the Libertarian candidate, no matter who they were. I think that given the current circumstances, it becomes less and less tenable to do so. Just being totally honest, and I was very close to being on that ticket, so I say this with the amount of gravity it deserves. I think we are on the precipice of genuine just loss of our constitutional rights. And Again, it's not that I fear Kamala Harris as the individual, but rather as the conduit for the machine that seems to want to strip us of those rights. So it's a big decision, man. I know it's only one vote, and ultimately, yes, it probably won't change anything in the grand scheme of things, but I think that this outcome will matter a lot.
Yeah, don't let them win. Don't give up hope. Fighting every day, empowering yourself, and living every single day in a day of kind of resistance, a day for yourself, and not for all the big players and the big corporations out there. That's the way to do it. Want to be Austrian? Thank you so much for asking that question. I'm going to leave you with the last word here as well, but you also get a free supplement on wearechange.shop for calling in. What would you like? And we will mail it to you right after this broadcast.
What's good for bulking? Anything?
Ashwagandha, actually, the chill pill. So if you're trying to bulk, ashwagandha really does help you work out. So we'll send you the chill pill for calling in. Want to be Austrian? Thank you so much for calling in. Anything else you want to say before getting out of here?
One quick question before I get out of here. If you had to move to any state, besides the one you're currently living in, because I really don't want to move to Florida, where should I go? Because I'm trying to get the fuck get out of New York.
El Salvador.
New Hampshire is great. He's talking about a state, not a country.
I know.
Someone failed geography. But anyway, I like New Hampshire personally myself. A
Dude,
lot of great people
New
there.
York, for real.
Get out of New York. Your tax dollars are going to really awful things and programs.
Trust
in New
me,
Hampshire,
I'm
you could
making my
actually
escape
dedicate
plan right
your
now.
tax dollars towards homeschooling.
Okay.
All right, want to
right.
be Austrian.
All right,
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Thank you so much for calling in. Again, totally unscripted show.
And he already deals with crap weather in New York, so New Hampshire will be an upgrade, if anything.
Yeah, New Hampshire is absolutely amazing and incredible. As of course, we are just about, couple minutes away from the larger presidential debate that is about to begin on ABC
does it
News.
start
Of
at
course,
9?
we're going to be it's going to start at 9, and then we'll be getting into all of it. As Martha Bueno is also here. Martha, for the people
Bueno in the building.
who don't know who you are you?
So I just sneaked through the door. I'm Martha Bueno, and you can find me at Bueno for Miami on X and IG.
Yeah, it definitely does seem like there is a larger kind of political shift. The larger kind of forces that I just mentioned are getting some very interesting support from a lot of people that usually toe the establishment line. As, of course, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson just recently had some very interesting comments made about Donald Trump. So did Elton John. But here's the specific comments that I thought were very interesting from The Rock that was speaking at the Vault event here in Southern Florida just a few days ago.
He used to come watch you wrestle all the time back in Madison Square Garden. It was great. First time I saw him, I said, "Let me see the eyebrow." I said, "Got it, there it is." That's cool. So he was a fan. He watched you as a fan. Oh, yeah, that's cool. He used to come to Madison Square Garden all the time. Big spoilers. Whether you love Donald, you don't love Donald, it doesn't matter. They tried to assassinate him. There's no room for that. And despite it being who we were in that moment, I still believe in my core that is not who we are as a country. So him standing up in that moment, you wanted to see that. He used to come.
Yeah, those are important words for someone that usually supports the establishment. He previously supported the governor of California, and now he's making pretty favorable statements for Donald Trump, as he previously endorsed Joe Biden. As just a couple months ago, he revealed that he actually regrets endorsing him. So they are losing the mainline support. These comments are very eye-opening, as it does seem that this attempted assassination attempt has changed a lot of things, including for Mark Zuckerberg and now Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. What do you guys make of this kind of transition here from a lot of these kind of usual establishment types?
It's smart.
I think in this particular case, to be quite candid with you, I'm a big fan of Patrick Bet-David, but I think this is disingenuous. Several years ago, I met a guy in the gym that I worked out with and became friendly, and he told me he did stunt work for The Rock. He told me The Rock had political aspirations. He was beginning to think about his acting career. Some guys like, say, Ronald Reagan, Arnold Schwarzenegger had gone in this direction.
Yep.
Asked me if I'd be willing to meet with him to talk about that possibility. I said, sure, I'd be happy to talk to him. Next time I saw the guy, I said, so you spoke to your friend The Rock? And he said, yeah, I suggested he meet with you. You know what happened? I said, what? He said, he fired me. This guy wants to be for what is popular, in my opinion.
Yep.
And I haven't forgotten his activities in Maui with Oprah. So this is a guy who sees a tsunami coming. I think he's trying to get out ahead of it.
I mean, the majority of his fans are like young testosterone-filled men. Like that's the 20 to 30, 40 probably at this point year-old men demographic is really who goes to watch his movies. They were the wrestling fans. And they are also the primary demographic that will be voting for Donald Trump in this election. So I think this is a career maneuver. I don't think it has anything to do with a shift in politics. And I wish it did, but I don't think so.
I think there is a shift, and I think this is why they're trying to get behind the energy. They're trying to see, hey guys, we're not bad now. Hey, we supported Biden, we supported Gavin Newsom, but now we want to be on the Trump train, and it does say a lot to the kind of shifting energy.
I agree. I'm just saying I don't think there's a shift in his heart. There's a shift in tactics.
This is Mark Zuckerberg 2.0. He is making sure that when Trump wins, that he doesn't get sent off to some political camp because he thinks that one side is like the other, and they're going to do this to him. They see what they've done to Trump, and now he wants to make sure that he's safe.
Yep.
I mean, I think it's a smart move. He should move towards middle ground. And I think it's welcome in some,
I would really prefer that like all famous people other than political commentators really just stop talking so much about their politics. Like big Robert De Niro fan growing up, loved his movies. I can't really watch De Niro in roles anymore without knowing what a deranged TDS suffering lunatic 100%. He is. And there's so many examples of this, and I just wish we could go back to the time where like all Hollywood actors and just famous people broadly didn't have to tell us. Like athletes, I don't just like you're the quarterback of my team. I don't need to know who you're voting for.
Taylor Swift. I hate that I know her politics. And like when my daughter was like, "Oh, Taylor Swift," I'm like, "No, you can't like her." Sorry, sorry. She likes those things that made our entire family move here. So no, you cannot like her for these reasons. I hate that we know this about them.
I do too. I wish we could go back.
In some ways, I think it's important we do know these things because, it ruins them, but like that's who they are.
Yeah, but that's
True,
the thing, though.
But
I don't think
want
it
the
is
fantasy.
I
want to watch your
the fantasy.
I
don't
want
the
your
illusion.
movie and think that you're really that person in that movie. I don't want to know that
they don't deserve that role.
No, it's about us deserving the reprieve of entertainment where we get to be distracted and taken out of the political environment.
Exactly.
For a time.
It's not about them. It's about me. I want to enjoy a concert and not be like, oh my God, was she thinking about Kami Ways while she was singing? Whatever.
You don't get to be entertained to death. Sorry.
Captain America ruined it, especially with his latest kind of political comments that were just like jarring and absolutely insane. But we're seeing a lot less of that. We saw it a lot during the last kind of political cycle, but even Hollywood is shifting here a little bit, which is kind of very telling. And I think that small little shift by Donald Trump made the biggest difference because if he didn't move his head, literally that little shift changed everything in our current landscape.
Changed the course of history.
It certainly, I think, was a catalyst behind the selfless decision by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to put his ego aside, his ambition aside, and realize that the issues that he cares about, war, censorship, and the purity of our food, were more important than any one man's ambitions. I think what he did was incredibly selfless. And it's the beginning of a new majority. It's the beginning of a new direction, a new coalition to lead the country forward. I think it's the most exciting, dynamic thing I've seen in my political lifetime. The media is trying to downplay the significance of it, saying it doesn't make any difference. But I've studied the polling numbers, and it does absolutely make a difference. And if in the swing states, every voter or even 90% of the voters who were going to vote for RFK vote for Donald Trump, he will carry every swing state.
Well, if you look at,
I don't see ABC News talking about this issue. Now, if you're Donald Trump, how do you kind of bring it up in a way as well? As of course, Melania Trump made some very interesting comments today, specifically about the many unanswered questions about what actually happened to her husband, Donald Trump. Here's the clip. Hold on one second.
Distressing experience. Now, the silence around it feels heavy. I can't help but wonder, why didn't law enforcement officials arrest the shooter before the speech? There is definitely more to this story. and we need to uncover the truth.
Yeah, big comments. I don't know how I feel about them being behind kind of a book promotion, but important comments that I think are important for a lot of people to think about today with the larger kind of ramifications at stake here and the larger dirty games that are being played behind the scenes here. So I thought this was kind of an opportune time to bring this up, especially by Melania, for the biggest kind of political response here. And to me, as you just said, Roger, a lot of people want to forget about what happened here, but I think Donald Trump has to somehow allude to it at least.
Well, that's why I think this was very, very effective. I played this on the Stone Zone earlier today. This is really using their heaviest weapon because, as you know, Melania, who I've actually known since 1999, knew them when they were dating, she doesn't like politics. She prefers to stay out of the limelight. She's a great mother. She's highly educated, extremely cultured. She speaks, I believe, 5 languages. She's a very thoughtful, kind person. She doesn't like the glare of politics. And you remember back during the Republican primaries, some of the president's opponents tried to pretend that she wasn't for him. She wasn't supportive of his effort. She speaks very rarely publicly. That is an example of her doing so. I think that had major impact, even though it was part of a book promotion. It had major impact today.
Yeah. Oh, it's certainly. I mean, it's comments that I'm continue to be surprised that Donald Trump's not making himself. Do you think that post debate, maybe a week out, they start to repackage the attack on him? You can do a really over the top, glorious replay of that event with him pumping his fist, the black and white, the music crescendos. Like, you can turn it into one of the most powerful political things I think we've seen in our lifetimes, and they haven't used it yet. Do you think they will?
Well, remember he said in his convention speech he was going to discuss it then. He was not going to discuss it again. So he wasn't going to, wave the bloody shirt, so to speak. But the media and particularly some of the Silicon Valley operatives want to make this just totally disappear like it never happened. The most offensive thing you can see all over the internet are the people saying, it never happened, nobody got shot, this is a psyop, Roger Stone orchestrated the whole thing. Now think about this for a moment. If Alex Jones can be sued, they say, for alleging that people died at Sandy Hook who didn't, and they say that brought stress and abuse upon their families, well, if you want to say it about me, guess what? I might sue you. Because it totally disrespects the memory of Corey Comparatori, a guy who took one in the head, shielding his daughter and his wife, 2 other people seriously wounded. And they try to tell us it never really happened. The whole thing was a creation. Joy Reid, who, as I've said previously, if her IQ was 1 point lower, you'd have to water her like a plant. She actually said on MSNBC this whole thing was simulated. Trump had some kind of capsule that he bit that simulated the blood. They should can her, but then again, they have no standards.
I like it, though, because it demonstrates them to be the conspiracy theorists when they constantly call us that. So it's kind of a fun
I think it's
turnabout.
such a weird conspiracy, though, because, I mean, literally bullets were flying. Literally, somebody died.
Obviously.
Like, it's such a weird thing to be like, that didn't happen. That's all a psyop.
It's because they are so deranged by hate that they can't see with their own eyes what happens.
Well,
These people actually believe the craziness. Look, you can go on X and just check it out.
I see it all
And
day.
they're upset that Trump doesn't have like a bigger injury.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't have any injuries. There were
Right.
never any injuries. I never saw a bloody ear. Well, I did. I saw the pictures.
Right. And I mean, like they make it seem like, oh, he doesn't have a hole in his ear. Yeah, no, obviously, like it probably went past his, like it grazed it. So of course there's not going to be a bullet hole. Like it's so, all of the points that they make are just ridiculous on their face.
And we saw New York Magazine run with that point today, as well as the Daily Mail that was running specifically on that point that you guys were just mentioning. Steph, let's read off the YouTube Super Chat. Start off on the screen right now, please.
Chaos Goat, been following you for at least 10 years now, Luke. Keep doing what you're doing. We got Andy Dominican Power Bueno saying, both sides of the aisle are corrupted and bottoms up movement. Luke is the GOAT, and please interview Dr. Shiva to get a different perspective for Independent.
I've had him on Liberty Lockdown. Check
Dr. Shiva for President 2024.
That dude is a savage.
We have Drake Iblis saying, "Where's Alex Jones?"
He'll be here in 1 hour, and I definitely don't have any other career paths. So yeah, I'll be here for a while.
Corporate America ain't calling Luke Rudkowski.
Yeah. I don't think BlackRock or State Street is ever going to try
Bill
to hire
Hicks
me.
join us again? Oh, pardon me.
Bill Hicks will be here
About 90 minutes from now.
in about 90 minutes from now, right after the presidential debate. I'm talking to his team right now, figuring everything out. We also have one mysuperchat.com from Streamlabs. Steph, read that one.
Yeah, we got Sam Seapool saying, "I'm really hoping Trump gives Kamala the Tulsi treatment tonight. I get Kamala is dangerously liberal, flyers almost every day, which is not going to something vote for her, but what would be her record as a DA in San Francisco?"
Yeah, I think Donald Trump is going to definitely be hitting her on that, since Tulsi Gabbard is also helping him out specifically with debate prep. There's also this clip that went out on social media today showing Kamala living her best life with Mayor Willie Brown. And an interview reporter literally asked, "Are you his daughter?" Yep.
He's a rogue, all right, notorious for his flamboyant lifestyle. Flashy clothes, fancy parties, fine women,
Are you his daughter?
and fast cars.
You should from now on address me as the mayor.
If ever a man and a municipality were made for each other, it is this man, this place.
Yeah, very telling video as a literal reporter is asking Kamala if she's the daughter of Willie Brown when she dated him. That's where she got her start, and Willie Brown was very connected. He also got warnings, specifically on September 10th in 2001, telling him not to fly commercial airlines on the next day, September 11th. And this clip coming out today, I think, is very timely for a lot of people that are actually trying to learn who Kamala is, as we still don't really know, as she's kind of an empty vessel for the corporate establishment. We are still 8 minutes away from the larger presidential debate, as ABC News now has Chris Crispy on the television. He's literally on screen right now.
That dude is crispy as hell, bro.
He's already polished up all the Krispy Kremes in the green room. You want to get your hands or your arms too close to him, because he could just take a giant bite out of you.
Why did Trump not call him Krispy Kreme? It's just too much of a tongue twister.
I think that's that would have been par with what he usually says. So should we listen to what he has to say?
9% approval rating in his home state, to be absolutely clear.
Wow.
9%.
Wow.
He's the most hated governor in New Jersey history.
He's doing
And I think he's figured out his political career is over. I understand he is wrestling with the question of whether he should endorse Kamala or not.
That's hilarious.
I hope he does it,
does.
because then we'll be done with him forever.
I love this guy because he got his stomach stapled and he just ate right through it. Right. I love dudes like
He got fatter.
he's like, oh, you think you can stop me with some staples? Nah, son, there's a buffet in front of me.
So let's listen in to see what
him to
Krispy
focus,
Kreme has to say.
on what Joe Biden might or might not do in that first debate. And I think his performance in part reflected that. So the question's going to be, is what he's saying publicly what he really believes? We know that often with Donald Trump, that's performance. But I will tell you that in his 2016 prep, he was serious about getting ready for Hillary Clinton. In his 2020 debate prep, he was completely unserious about getting ready for Joe Biden. I think performances in both those debates reflected that approach.
All right, Chris Christie, you'll be watching with us. Martha?
And we have about 6 minutes left before the debate, so let's bring in Donna Brazil, formerly the DNC.
Oh, Donna Brazil. Are you kidding me?
The RNC. Welcome to both
They want to
of you.
remind
And
us
Donna,
that they
let's start
give.
with you.
That's
You
the one
have
who
said
rigged the
that
debate for
Kamala
Hillary
Harris
Clinton
has to
last time.
own
She also knows what really happened to Seth Rich as well.
I bet so.
In
Yep.
her book, she basically admits it.
What did she say in her book? Because I haven't heard about this personally myself.
She makes it very clear that without saying it, that he was murdered because he was upset about what they did to Bernie Sanders.
Wow.
Her book's pretty telling.
Wow.
Wow.
Steph, read the super chats, please.
We got Soul Explorer.
No, on YouTube.
Okay, we have Coney Island Mermaid saying, "Do you think Kamala did some rituals for this debate?"
Probably. There's probably some kind of black magic, spirit cooking done.
Or
in my
a cat,
personal
or
opinion.
perhaps they sacrificed a cat or a dog in an Asian ceremony.
Is there
That
any
is- that
drugs
is
that
true.
they can give you to like make you more sound more intelligent?
Make you more likable.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's called Molly.
can you debate on Molly? I don't know.
Look, she can't debate on it, off it. It doesn't matter. I think she's going to be on. I think she's going to be pilled out. They're going to have her on a cocktail, not dissimilar to what they were pumping Biden full of. But like he was all uppers. I don't know, like the balance that you have to find to make her not one of the most dislikable human beings that has ever walked the face of the earth. I don't know how you're going to do it. I don't know.
Steph, read it.
We have Copsy Defel saying, "Been following you forever, Luke. I didn't think I would ever see Luke, Roger, and Alex all in the same show. Now I want to see you, Luke, interview Trump."
Yeah, that'll be great. He's welcome on anytime. So
Open invite, big dog.
If we only knew somebody who knew him.
Yeah.
If only.
But
Roger put in a good word.
With the way that he's been doing these interviews, I think that's his secret sauce here. I think that's the magic here in all of this. And it's another thing to see these corporate interviews and see these gotcha questions and see these sound bites and edits. It's another thing to have a full 2-hour long conversation that is totally unscripted, that is just in the flow, in the moment, where you're able to kind of really get down to real issues that I think is something that is going to change the political landscape forever from now.
I'll make you an offer, Donnie. You do Best Political Show in studio, and I will do everything in my power to get the rest of the libertarians to vote for you. Make it happen, brother. Come on. Roger,
I mean,
put in a good word.
He already said he was going to pardon Ross, so I think all libertarians
I think
should
you're delivering something
immediately.
that's already going to happen first.
Yeah.
Of all, 'cause,
Well,
I
no,
mean,
I think most of them will.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around why the Libertarian Party would nominate a progressive leftist to the left of Kamala Harris. It doesn't make much sense to me.
We got another one, Steph. Read it.
David saying, "Hey, Clint, Luke, take a lesson from Roger and dress up a bit, ya bums."
Yeah,
Hey.
we're pretty bummy. You're right.
Hey.
You're right. Hey, you don't like my mean tweets shirt that you could get on the bestpoliticalshirts.com? This is
bum.
apropos. This is
It's
needed
funny
today.
you should say that because I just got a text from Tim Pool and Clinton wants his hat back.
Roger, you may
Shots fired.
look more dapper than I do, but you're not as cozy as me, and that's just a fact.
Listen, it's going to be hard to top Roger. Okay, all right.
I don't even try.
We can't. There's no
You
competition
should
here.
try,
All right?
gentlemen.
No.
You should try.
There's no
We should,
competition.
we should elevate the shirt.
It doesn't work for everybody. Everybody has to have their own style.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get into it. As of course, Donald Trump also just a couple of moments ago on Truth Social posted this photo of himself with ducks and cats on a private
savior.
airplane, as a lot of people are saying that he's an absolute savage for, of course, posting this. This, as the discourse has been pretty interesting lately on social media, as right now I'm on Twitter and I'm just seeing awful video after awful video of people eating all sorts of animals in the middle of the street.
It's not
Now-
happening though, Luke. I've been told by the corporate media it's not happening.
It's all
so
a psyop. Whole thing's a psyop.
Didn't happen. Never happened.
It's
Funny,
fake.
the same people told you that nobody got shot in Butler, Pennsylvania. The ones tell that animals are not being eaten in the Midwest.
Yep.
It's amazing.
It really is remarkable that they still have that level of control over the narrative. That like a lot of people will now just disavow it offhand.
Luke, you said something about Venezuela and people eating dogs and cats there, but I just want to remind you that they were eating way more than that. They ate all the zoo animals, even the flamingos. So, if Kamala wins, I'm scared for all the zoos we have here in America, to be honest.
No, I did it. I did on the ground reporting in Venezuela when they were going through hyperinflation, and it was absolutely awful. The horrible things that I've seen with my own eyes, the level of despair, the level of poverty that people were brought into in one of the most richest natural resourced countries in the world, where people were living in abject poverty because of these failed liberal communistic-like policies that they have instituted on the local population there that have absolutely wrecked their country. And I think that's the blueprint that they're trying to follow. I think that's what they're trying to implement here in the United States. And I think they're going to get away with it if enough people just keep acquiescing, keep complying, and not question everything that, of course, is happening in front of us. Steph, you turned on the Roomba. Let's make sure we turn that bad boy off
It's
right
automatic.
now. I know. But Eric Swalwell had some very interesting comments to say about Trump's cat memes. Here's a clip from earlier today as well.
What in the hell is this? The chairman tweets, protect our ducks and kittens in Ohio because he goes down some crazy rabbit hole, completely debunked that aliens are eating pets? My God. Are you okay, Mr. Chairman?
What a horrible actor. As of
pathetic.
course, go ahead, Roger.
Pretty pathetic. I think the worst place in the world you could possibly be trapped in an elevator with Eric Swallow after he put away 3 chili dogs with chopped onions. Like the most dangerous place on earth.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more.
Good
As it
evening,
looks
I'm
like we have the
David Viewer, and
beginning
thank you for joining
of
us
the
for tonight's
presidential
ABC
debates
News presidential
right
debate. We wanna
now.
welcome viewers
As
watching
ABC
on
News
ABC
just welcomed
and around
their
the world
viewers
tonight.
on national
Vice President
television. We
Kamala
saw the
Harris
2
and
small
President Donald
podiums.
Trump are just moments
And
away from
now
taking the stage in
we
this
have
unprecedented
the
race
2
for
candidates
president.
soon taking
I'm
the
Lindsay
stage.
Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now
A
welcome
small
the
podium,
candidates
the
to the
tiny
stage.
podium that
Vice
they made
President
specifically for
Kamala
Kamala
Harris
so
and
she
President
doesn't look
Donald
like the
Trump.
dwarf that she is. And here they come out on stage right now. Will they
Kamala
shake a
Harris.
hand? Kamala actually offered a hand.
Thank you.
The alpha move. She approaches him.
Welcome
She
to you
approached
both.
him,
It's
shook his
wonderful
hand.
to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and
She looks
thoughtful
so
debate.
tiny.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
That question.
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses.
Our nanny was
My
a small
plan
business
is
owner.
to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
She's nervous.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. and the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation has, which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as
she's a BLM supporter.
I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
The gall to say he has no plan. She didn't even have a policy page on her website.
I went to the
until
Wharton
48 hours
School of
ago.
Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you.
Wow.
Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade last year. You said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade.
Thank God.
And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in
When
the
has
parking
that ever
lot.
happened?
She didn't want that. Her husband
she
didn't want
practiced
that.
this line for weeks.
A 12 or
Yeah.
13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages.
He has said for
I think
months
the
that he's not
American
going to do
people
a federal
believe
ban.
that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it
Well, I won't have to because, again,
They're the defenders of
two
democracy.
things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government, and we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion. There you go.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF
the whole
treatment.
debate is
What is
we need the right
happening
to
in
kill
our country?
babies.
Working
Why can't we
people,
kill the
working
babies?
women
I told you
who
they'd run
are
on this.
working one
Yeah.
or two jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane
Donald
sitting
Trump,
next to
you
strangers
said that babies
to go and
should
get the
not be
health care
killed.
she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that?
Her mic's on.
Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v. Wade,
Answer the question. Would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside, and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you.
Don't take the bait, Don.
You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go.
Took the bait.
And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people
now they're
television.
fact-checking him?
Here, this is
The people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So
It was a
maybe
cat.
he said that, and maybe that's a good
Yeah.
thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
Now, fact check Kamala, which
Talk
you won't.
about extreme. You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain,
badge of honor,
including
Trump.
the
Point
endorsement
it out.
of former Vice President Dick Cheney
Point
and
it out.
Congress
Warmongers.
member
I can't
Liz
believe she
Cheney.
brought up Dick
Neocon.
Cheney.
And
Amazing.
if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a four-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president, in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
With local
military.
police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, Crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for
another fraud,
national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move
Black Lives Matter
forward,
out of jail.
that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries.
Enjoy.
But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York, every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President
to stop
Harris,
him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that
to get.
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work
And then putting
that is
them in
about
jail.
protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be
Nice runaround.
that president.
They asked her.
President Trump, your
Well, first of all, I
She
wasn't
didn't
given
answer anyway.
$400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota.
Look at her face.
And wanted to let criminals that killed people,
Her nose
that burned
is
down
flared.
Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of.
He took
now
away
she
her
wants
moment
to
from
do
her. Yes, he did.
transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that
for
we
the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
He never did that to Kamala.
Yes, sir.
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi. But I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember
proven so many times.
that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia,
Where's the ABC fact check?
the president said, the former president said, stand back
That's
and
only for
stand
Trump.
by.
Really?
So for
They will
everyone
not fact
watching
check
who
her on anything.
remembers
Not at all.
what January 6th
This is
was,
only for her.
80% of what she has to say
I
is
say
straight
we don't
out
have
lies.
to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the
That's
page.
why she agreed to this debate.
And if that was a bridge too
and
far for
only this
you,
debate.
well,
And
there
only
is
this
a
debate.
place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate, because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border, because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed, you'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll say, come on down to the office, let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you, because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it.
Is this an intervention of Trump? I mean, where's the hard questions for Kamala?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said
they said we didn't have standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
What a biased question. My
Donald Trump
goodness,
was
you brown-nosing
fired by 81
scumbag.
million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election, It leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world
Respond to
leaders.
what? There wasn't a
Viktor
question.
Orban, one of the most respected men. They call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. There you go. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes.
That's
When
right.
she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but
Mr.
I'm
President,
okay with it
Mr.
because
President, your time is
I
up.
think we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now
Yes.
to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. if she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can
And yet
manipulate
Putin
you
endorsed Kamala.
with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with
Every
much
time.
more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Wow, I don't think we were watching a debate. I think we were watching a criminal court proceeding against Donald Trump as he was going against 3 individuals all at once during this debate, which still will be continuing after these commercial breaks, probably from Pfizer and other large institutions that are financing the larger messaging of what's going on here. But truly, wow, shocking, disgusting performance by ABC News. Absolutely ridiculous to see the questions they're asking, the fact checks that they're bringing up, that they're only bringing up to one person. The other person, she's getting a very easy take here as the questions are surrounding how Donald Trump lied. Do you have a response to this, Kamala? Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, David Muir, not a journalist, a partisan, or a vicious partisan. I guess we kind of expected this, but this is 3-on-1. Once again, they recycle the Charlottesville stuff. Snopes, which is a left-wing fact checker, has completely debunked that. It's a lie. Kamala knows it's a lie. Muir, who's not a journalist but a partisan, he knows it's a lie. They just recycle the same crap over and over and over again. She's a more effective actress, but you can see that it's all memorized.
Yeah.
Every bit of it's memorized.
She's not as awful as a lot of people expected her to be, but we have the fact check from Snopes here that says, no, Trump did not call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people. So even Snopes, of all news organizations, is getting it right, but ABC News can't get it right. You're not going to fact check Kamala, but are you going to fact check Donald Trump? Absolutely ridiculous coverage by ABC News.
Were we expecting anything different?
No.
CNN was more fair.
Right.
CNN was less biased than ABC News.
But why? Why is because they knew that Joe Biden was on his way out and they had a backup plan in Kamala Harris. Giving a even-handed moderation performance during that debate enabled them to then oust Joe, replace him with Kamala, and then they narrowed down Trump's options from 3 debates, which had been agreed to between the Trump campaign and the Biden campaign. They were then diminished down to 1 on ABC only, and now he put himself in this position because he accepted that deal. I'm not saying it's fair; it's certainly not. But this is what we all knew was coming.
But shockingly, she admitted that COVID-19 was created in a lab in China, which her government would suppress a media outlet or a platform online from reporting.
And has suppressed and has destroyed multiple independent media organizations, including, of course, first Zero Hedge, and then a lot of independent organizations from even bringing that up and talking about it. So that was another kind of shocking statements by Kamala. She also touted her endorsement of the Cheneys.
Right.
That was also kind of fascinating that I think Donald Trump should have kind of pounced on.
They seem to have some demented idea that Dick Cheney's beloved by the American people. This guy's responsible for the death of tens of thousands of Americans and hundreds of thousands of Iraqis, completely needlessly. But the important thing is Halliburton, his company, where his stock was in a blind trust, where he knew it was, took in $7 billion.
Yep.
He's a war criminal. His daughter's even worse.
I think that the angle they're going for is even the most evil man in the world won't vote for Donald Trump. But the inverse of that, which all of the same people are looking at this and saying to themselves, is the most evil man in the world is supporting Kamala Harris. Why? And I think that the question should be answered, and it's because she also represents the same military-industrial complex interests that Dick Cheney once did.
Warmongers stick together.
Yep.
But the questions here, the topics of discussion, they're so biased against Donald Trump. When you focus about women's, quote, reproductive health, when we focus about J6, when you focus about all these issues that specifically make Donald Trump look bad, when are we actually talking about Kamala? When are we actually holding her feet to the fire, asking her some questions, fact-checking her? They're not. And that, to me, does highlight the larger kind of in here that I hope the average American watching is paying attention to, as, of course, the predicted markets are now showing that Kamala Harris is increasing in the polls in this very moment. As a lot of people are saying, she's now doing a lot better than a lot of people expected. And a lot of people are saying that Donald Trump is just yelling. A lot of people are talking about his dog comment. I have a lot of kind of independent and corporate media organizations that always have the breaking news updates, alerts always available on my computer here. First thing that came up, Trump talks about eating dogs. And now everyone is hyper-focusing just on that particular dog comment and nothing else.
I want people to notice that there was only one topic of discussion that actually got multiple follow-ups to the same person being asked.
It just looks like the debate came back, so we got to get to this.
From Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interests for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin.
She said
And
the
she
door
did,
remains open to
and the
NATO.
war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
She was in Ukraine.
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strong men instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin.
Make her
I do want
answer
to
the
talk about
question.
Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I wanted to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not, again, appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, 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 and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something, I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park Five, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up,
I
Lindsay.
want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay. Thank
That's
you, Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump,
no, the
President
former
Trump.
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I just
going
need
to move
respond
on, Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he
President
has said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Correct. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something. I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it,
Vice President Harris,
in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
She made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Wow, holy cow. Talk about a rigged game, as it's fair to say that the moderators are definitely doing Kamala's job for her and debating Donald Trump. Again, the questions, the issues that they bring up, the conversations that are started here, all are done to desperately give Kamala a larger edge here, a larger favorability. Now, again, I think Donald Trump could be doing better. A lot of people are saying he's rattled. A lot of people are saying he's angry. That's the larger kind of perspective here. I think he has a couple jabs in there that have landed successfully. I think he's been able to address a lot of the issues. And as he's warning about World War III, Kamala Harris is toting John McCain and the Cheneys as good people. There's a big difference between the two, and I think Donald Trump should play up on that after his final closing statement. That's just my opinion. What do you guys think?
Well, a couple things. First of all, it's a classic example of 3-on-1. They fact-check Trump constantly. They haven't fact-checked her once. She's lied repeatedly, but of course, nobody reinforces that. I did kind of like the way he did the I'm talking now thing, which you could see the look on her face.
That was the moment. He took it away from her. She had that queued up. She was ready to say it herself. He took it out of her.
If you look at the framing, watch the framing as they've tried to make her look actually taller than Trump. It's a psyop. This is turning out pretty much the way I thought it would when you're in a 3-on-1 situation, and they're desperate to try to inflate, her position here. I think, frankly, tomorrow morning things will be about the same as they were going into the debate.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think that Kamala Harris is going to pick up a couple voters from this. It's not going to tilt the landscape dramatically or anything like that. But I think that the bar of expectations for her were so low that she just had to hold her own, and she's doing that. The most frustrating thing for me is someone who covers politics day to day is to be able to recognize the literally dozens and dozens of bald-faced lies and projections that she says, and everybody sitting at this table knows it, but you also know simultaneously that at least half of the country has no idea.
That's why
and that kills me, because I know they are thinking, because it's 3-on-1, that you have the moderators and you have Kamala all backing up her deceptions, that they are going to sit at home going, wow, I guess Trump is the liar here, when it's exactly inverted from reality.
That's why the stuff that's going to come out on social media after this debate, it's going to help Trump a lot. Because you can clip Kamala and then you can show the Snopes article saying the fine people hoax.
True.
You can clip Kamala and show all of her lies. It's going to go viral.
Yeah, but those are only the people on Twitter and Rumble. All these other platforms are not going to allow that to be elevated in people's algorithms, especially in swing states.
Yeah, that's why this election is close between the bias of the mainstream media, which while it may not be monolithic, they don't have the monopoly that they had in, say, 2020, certainly 2016, and the censorship, in this case, government-enforced censorship. It's the only reason this race is even close.
Yeah, I think that if there was one thing, I mean, I'd give Trump plenty of advice if he was listening, but I would really emphasize the fact that the entire censorship regime that was really directed by the Biden administration, just in the past week, she doubled down on, saying, I am going to basically double down on it. We're absolutely, if you're profiting from hate speech and mis and disinformation, like, he needs to express to the American people, because there are tens of millions of people who have either been suspended or lost their accounts in this country that really care about that issue. And I think by and large, they don't understand. I mean, his supporters do, but I think the other people don't really understand that this is a government-dictated policy still. I would love for him to elucidate that to the American people. I would also love for him to really connect the dots between the diminishing liberties in this country and to how Kamala Harris doesn't run in opposition to the diminish, but like, she runs as, I'm going to expedite and make these things worse. Maybe drop the Marxist label and actually describe how she's a Marxist.
And then
price
compare,
controls,
yeah.
rent controls, like, lay this out.
And then more specifically, connect the dots with John McCain and Dick Cheney being some of the biggest proponents of initiatives that destroyed our liberties and our freedoms.
Exactly.
You
The
connect
Patriot
those
Act, for
dots.
God's sakes.
Exactly. You bring up all of that, how she is the party of the neocon, the establishment, and you also bring up the fact, and you mentioned, hey, this was not a fair debate. I wasn't even, I was fact-checked. Kamala, of course, wasn't. The debate, of course, is returning right now.
Back tonight, the time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first.
She let the banks get off
I
during the
intend to be a
mortgage
president
crisis.
for
She doesn't
all
care
Americans.
about us at all. It's
And
ridiculous.
focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughing. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for
And
watching.
we are working for the Kamala Harris campaign by officially giving her softball questions and only the difficult ones to Donald Trump, while we, of course, continued to fact-check him and never really fact-checked Kamala Harris at all. This was...
Are we off YouTube yet?
No, we're still on YouTube.
Okay, thank you. I had to make sure.
Talk about a crap show that we also saw here kind of unfold. We told you yesterday there was going to be media hit jobs. We told you yesterday the media was going to be biased and that they're going to be playing with some dirty tricks, and that's exactly what we saw here. The game was a lot different than it was during the CNN debate, and clearly there was a larger agenda at play here that we have seen right in front of our eyes. That was, I'll be honest, frustrating to watch.
Yeah, that was a painful debate. That was very painful just because listening to Trump give a very reasonable answer and then immediately get some, I can't say the word, BS fact check by ABC. It's very, very annoying, but I don't think that they are winning public perception with this debate. The number one story, even people like Ben Shapiro, who's no big Trump fan, is saying the story is it's a rigged debate. It's 3-on-1. It's very obvious. They never fact checked anything Kamala had to say. They're making it a inquisition on Trump, and that's not persuasive to a lot of people. I don't think that this is going to win the day for Kamala, and I do think there are clips that are going to go viral. Trump saying, "I'm talking," and taking that moment from Kamala. There's a lot of stuff that happened in that debate that's funny and will get picked up. I don't think it's going to go well for Kamala, but I want to know what Roger Stone thinks.
First of all, you can't pull within the eye of the storm. So it's going to be a couple of days before we can actually appreciate the impact of this and how extraordinary it is. We knew he was going into the lion's den. I suspected that this would be loaded. Interesting, they never fact-checked her once. Notice she didn't respond when Trump said, Biden hates your guts. she never responded
Or
to
when
that.
he called her a Marxist to her face.
Never responded to that either. She was very tightly rehearsed, I think a little better than I would have expected. But again, she's selling hopium. It's the old, we need somebody who will unite everybody. Well, the most disturbing thing here is she keeps talking about freedom, but she doesn't address their efforts to censor everybody, to silence people. So you had Robert Reich, who was the Commerce Secretary in the Clinton administration. I went to high school with this guy. Now, I knew he was a jackass then, but what I didn't know was that he was an authoritarian Bolshevik. He thinks that Elon Musk should be arrested and prosecuted because he allows free speech on X. To me, I think that Trump should have raised this issue, should have raised the censorship issue, because you saw her just within this week saying, absolutely, these people need to be regulated and they need to be shut down. That's the most anti-democratic thing I heard.
I think my biggest frustration is that the Democrats portray themselves as to be the intelligentsia, as to be the educated, as to be the cultured, as to be the people that are in the know, that have the truth on their side. And what you see in these debates, particularly if you actually pay attention to the news as it transpires, as I do on a daily basis, is that you realize is that these people don't have the truth on their side. They are awash in deception. They have absolutely no foundational principles. They have no concept of science or truth or mis or disinformation. They just lie and gaslight, and the voters themselves don't even know it. And simultaneously, they have this air of superiority where they look down on the rest of us, despite the fact that we know far more than they do. I think that was what tortured me throughout this, is just knowing that at least half this country is probably sitting at home going, wow, Trump sure is getting called out for his lies a lot. And you're just like, good God, man. But that's the nature of the beast that we face, is that you have these propagandized through the media and academia and through Hollywood, versus those that actually have seen through the charade and know what's up.
Well, the talking points right now on ABC News, because I'm actually reading the closed captions as we're still doing this podcast here, and I keep seeing the same words. He was rattled, he was angry, he was yelling, and those are the kind of talking points that they're going to be leading with. I'm also texting with Alex Jones. We're going to be with him in about 18 minutes from now. Steph, we have some YouTube super chats. Read them from bottom up, please.
Sure. I just wanted to say, well, let's understand how we got here. Kamala lying story time. Like, that's literally every time she starts. Let's understand. Let me tell you and paint the story with my lie, my version of reality. This is what you need to be seeing or imagining. So I thought
it's
that
disturbing as hell,
yeah,
though. It's really
time.
unhealthy for the country that we like. That's the divide. But simultaneously, they think that they are the ones with all of the facts and truth on their side, and they couldn't be more wrong.
We have super chat here from Bliss Girl saying the hosts lobbed Kamala talking points phrased in the form of a question.
Yeah, pretty much. That's exactly what they did. Good point, Bliss Girl. We have another chat from her. Read that one.
She's also saying Trump stood strong against 3 people. He never complained. The American people have eyes to see this.
And then we have another one here.
Apple Pitts says, thank you, Luke, for bringing us together, brother.
So I'm looking at the tweets here. It looks like Trump was interrupted 11 times and corrected multiple of those times by the ABC moderators. Kamala Harris, not once, which I think is extremely telling. As also, the microphones were supposed to be off when they were talking, but they weren't in certain instances as well here. And personally, I'm going to let off some of my personal theories out here. I wouldn't be surprised if we had another kind of Donna Brazil moment, because the way that Kamala kind of answered these questions were very canned, were very scripted.
Yes.
It wouldn't surprise me if she was given the questions beforehand.
No,
I would not be
I'm
surprised.
going to go one step further. David Muir gave her the questions. I just said it, and that makes it a fact. It's now a fact.
But why wouldn't they? Because you saw how favorable they were towards her. You saw the questions that were so manipulative. You saw the gaslighting. You saw the specific kind of directions that the conversations were made to go in that were favorable for Kamala. They were shilling for her. So why wouldn't they take that extra step and give her the questions beforehand? I think that's a legitimate question and a legitimate concern right now that I have, since, of course, they have a history of doing this, and they did this to Hillary Clinton when she was debating Bernie Sanders.
Two of those cutoff points were on the same topic. It was January 6th, and they asked Trump about it. Would you change anything about your behavior on that day? And basically he said, look, I told him to be peaceful. Like, he answered it pretty straight up. But then they fired back and they said, I'm asking you directly, sir, would you change anything? And then they follow up again. And then they just set it up on a tee for Kamala to hit it out of the park. And then she just hammers him with it. I mean, it was so biased. It was unbelievable.
And she didn't even answer the first question. The first question out of the batch. They didn't push back on her. They didn't say, wait, hold on. Answer the question here instead of giving these like empty political slogans here about unity and bringing people together and not judging people. Again, it was a show. It was a charade. And it was a fascinating one to see unfold right in front of our eyes because of just how deceitful it was, just how glaring it was. And, a lot of the people, let's just be honest here, a lot of the people who are not too kind of savvy in the political sphere, who don't know the in and outs like we do, they could be potentially swayed by this. So that's another point that I think is important
100%.
to note here.
I mean, for them, you got to understand something also about the mindset of the modern Democrat. They perceive fact through consensus. So when they see a 3-on-1, they just immediately assume that the majority is right, because that's how they filter all information at this point. It's just majority consensus. How many talking heads on TV are telling me this? Yeah. Well, the minority are telling me the other thing, so they're wrong. That's the exact same phenomenon that's going to happen here. It doesn't have any bearing on reality, on truth, on fact, on fiction. It is just about majority rule.
J.D. Vance is speaking to ABC News right now. Let's see what he has to say.
Had you spoken to him about it before you were put in a position to answer that question?
No, I hadn't spoken to him about it because, again, Donald Trump thinks the question is absurd because he doesn't support a national abortion ban, and he's been explicit about it. And, John, I think that it's so preposterous for the media to focus so much on an issue where Donald Trump has been crystal clear and not on the fact that people can't afford groceries and housing because of Kamala Harris's policies. This election is actually quite simple, and Kamala Harris and apparently the media would like to distract Americans on issues, by the way, that Donald Trump's been crystal clear about, but they're not talking nearly enough. This debate didn't talk nearly enough about the fact that Americans are struggling because they can't afford groceries, they can't afford housing, and a lot of their kids are dying of fentanyl overdoses because Kamala Harris has let the Mexican drug cartels take over the southern border. This is a disgrace,
Senator,
what's going on in our country, John, and we could do so much better if we just had better leadership. We've got the best workers, the most beautiful country, the best natural resources, but Kamala Harris's leadership is squandering the great benefits of this country. It's why we've got to get back to Donald Trump's leadership.
Senator, by the way, I asked because he hadn't been crystal clear and he said something different than what you said. That's why I was seeking clarification. But let me ask you about this just very quickly. I heard Donald Trump before this debate describe Kamala Harris as, I'll just read a few of them, a low IQ individual, somebody who doesn't have the mental capacity to be president, really dumb, unable to put two sentences together. Is that what you saw on the stage tonight?
John, what I saw was a lot of slogans. I think the American people are smart, and Kamala Harris talks to them like they're children. She repeats these ridiculous platitudes where if you actually think about what she said, you realize that it doesn't make any sense. She talks a lot about her plans, but then her plans, when you analyze the substance, don't make any sense. And more importantly, John, the American people don't get fed on plans. She has been the vice president for 3.5 years. What she can't do, refuses to do, and has no ability to do is to say, I accomplished lower prices because she didn't, or I accomplished lower housing prices because she didn't, or I secured the southern border because she didn't do that. She has failed as vice president, and the fundamental question is, do we want to give her a promotion? I think the answer has to be no, John.
All right, Senator Vance, thank you for joining us, Mary.
That's great. One thing both sides can agree on, this was a
Interesting
consequential
comments
night
from
in Israel.
J.D. Vance, the vice president candidate for Donald Trump. As the debate is over, and I'm looking at everyone's kind of response here, and everyone just keeps kind of hammering, and holy cow, that was one utter crap show that we all watched, that we are all a part of. And again, not surprising. We were warning about this more in advance than kind of ever before. We said there's going to be some dirty tricks played here. There's going to be some underhanded things at play here, and that's exactly what we have seen. That's exactly what we have seen unfold. How will the polls respond to all of this in the next few days? Well, that's something that, of course, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on right now, as truly, I don't believe there's going to be another debate from now. I know there was supposed to be 3 presidential debates. I think this is going to be one and done. I don't see Kamala coming back and saying, yeah, we'll do it again. Absolutely, no problem at all. From what we saw today, I do not see her engaging in another debate. She's going to claim that this is a victory, and I think that they're going to be running with this for a long time.
See, I think the president should insist on another debate.
Absolutely.
How about one where the moderators aren't in the tank and aren't carrying water for the Democrat candidate? It would also be counterintuitive. If you thought the president did poorly tonight, well, then why would he want another debate? So I think he should press for another debate.
Yeah.
I also think the vice presidential debate is now going to take on greater importance because Walsh is so completely out of the mainstream, and he has such a litany of lies and weird positions. I'm sorry, he's the guy who's weird, or maybe it's just that he's wacky. I'm not sure. I mean, all that jumping around is just very, very strange.
Is it a normal thing to have a debate between the vice selects?
It has become a normal thing.
Because I want to see that too.
Well, I mean, we usually have them, right?
Yes. Well, in recent times, yes, we have had them. Luke made the other key point, which is they really seem to not understand that the people in the country don't see politics necessarily through the lens of Republicans and Democrats. And therefore, having the support of Dick Cheney is not a plus. People do not like Dick Cheney. They don't like endless foreign war. They don't like the fact that Cheney and his friends made billions in a completely unnecessary war in which thousands of people died. And I don't think anyone believes that Biden and Harris did anything to prevent the problems either in the Middle East, where financing Iraq, giving them, Iran, giving them $190 billion is what has caused this problem. We're on both sides of the war. Kamala Harris tells us she loves Israel, but she's been part of an administration that has financed the attack on Israel. And Trump is absolutely right. Biden blurted this out. He often blurts out the truth. Alzheimer's patients do this. When he said, I could solve this by giving Putin the Donbass. Well, they could have done that before hundreds of thousands of people had died, but they didn't. The idea that Americans, given the economic problems in this country, want to continue to ship billions of dollars to Ukraine, which they seem to think is popular, which I don't think is popular, and to say it's about democracy, really? Zelensky arrests all his political opponents. He outlaws any political party but his. He jails journalists, closes newspapers, closes radio stations, closes television, and he's outlawed the biggest church in the country. Where's the democracy? There's no democracy in Ukraine. It is as authoritarian as Russia.
Yeah,
And how is that popular?
and Harris also mentioning Polish Americans in Pennsylvania with this issue was also kind of like, I was like, what? What?
You didn't feel seen, Luke?
Yeah, I didn't feel represented at all, as of course there are a lot of people in Poland that don't want this war to continue, that want it to end, that want it to de-escalate. There's also a lot of Ukrainians that don't want this war to continue as well. The framing of exactly how they were talking about this issue was so eye-opening because they led from the perspective like Trump, you want Ukraine to lose, don't you? Trump, of course, answered back. And then, they, of course, they corrected him again. They're like, no, you're going to make them lose. And then they essentially gave Kamala another kind of major layup here where she was able to address this kind of matter from a more neoconservative point of view, saying, we're not just going to give up here. And essentially what she is saying is that she's going to have this war prolonged, as of course it predominantly is a larger stalemate, and the continuation of this larger proxy war is just eliminating Slavic men from this world. Their population levels, their reproduction levels are also down dramatically. You factor in this larger conflict, you factor in all these larger proxy wars and all the munitions being sent there and all the lives being lost here. It is extremely significant, and I think Donald Trump could have hammered in the larger points of, hey, this is the party of the Cheneys. This is the party of the McCains. This is the party of the people that want to prolong this war. I want to stop it. I want to end it. I want to stop World War III. I thought his answers about the nuclear weapons could have been more kind of concise, but he did bring up a very important point, saying there's a possibility here of this going thermonuclear, and when it does, it's not going to be good for anyone in this world.
I just got a text from the president himself who says, I thought this was my best debate ever, particularly since it was 3-on-1.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So very Trumpian.
So this is Donald Trump texting you
Yes.
right now. Wow.
Yes.
Well, that's breaking news. Look, I just want to really emphasize Luke's point because I think it's probably the most important of the night, is that Kamala Harris, the Democratic presidential nominee, just outflanked the Republican presidential nominee to the right. And she did it throughout the night. And I mean, from referencing the Dick Cheney endorsement to all of the hundreds of rhinos that have come out in support of her, or at least have refused to support Donald Trump, to how we're going to stand with NATO and how you would never, ever negotiate peace in Ukraine, God forbid. I think that was the most profound thing that I saw all night, is that you are witnessing, I mean, the shift has fully completed itself. The party of war is now the Democratic Party.
Martha, you were saying something. I cut you off before. Go ahead.
No, I don't remember, Luke.
No, well, so you were watching the debate as well here. Who do you think the middle of the road person in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, will be supporting after watching something like this? Because these are the people that are going to be deciding this election. It's not going to be people in California or New York. It's going to be the swing states. It's going to be people in Nevada, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania that are going to be deciding the future of this country. How do you think they responded to all of this? As of course, we also there should have been also larger conversations about the selling out of the American middle class. And Kamala said that she's a proud middle class family member. But again, they failed to bring up all the policies that absolutely wreck and destroy the middle class that they have instituted within the last few years that she was a part of the Biden administration for. Sorry, go ahead.
I think, it's pretty obvious to watching this that she was trying to appeal to women. It was very emotional. Every speech she gave, it was filled with such emotion. So who exactly is she appealing to? She's appealing to those women. I mean, today she posted about trust women. And so like all of these policies that she puts out there that she's flip-flopped. I mean, we used to call that flip-flop. Now it's like, no, she's just gone.
She's evolved. She's
Yes,
evolving.
she's evolved. She wanted
Her
to take
values
all
haven't
your
changed.
Right. Her
She's
values
still a
haven't-
Marxist.
Her values haven't changed. So she wanted to take all the guns, but now maybe not so many. Maybe now a few less.
Maybe
I
we'll
don't
take
know.
them a little slower. That's all.
Yeah, well, she's backed off of that, but now she's doubling down on not just price controls on food, but rent controls on housing.
I don't believe it.
Nobody
she said
believes it.
She tweeted it today.
I don't believe it though.
Who believes her? And then the like most audacious part here is that she's talking about Dick Cheney and how like, oh, he's not voting for Donald Trump. It's like, that means he's voting for you.
Yeah, Darth Vader's in your corner.
Right.
Congrats.
Nobody liked him. Nobody likes him. Still, how is this a win?
I don't know anybody that likes him other than like David Frum.
I don't know anybody that likes him.
I knew you'd like that guy too.
Raytheon likes him. Halliburton likes him. That's who likes him.
I'm surprised she can lose this much more credibility. Like to me, this is exactly like the last one with Biden, where they just spew out lies, and you just have to watch and listen the whole time. Like, how is this happening?
I thought she did a good job though of painting herself as, we're not going back. She does do a good job of, even though she's the sitting vice president, to try and portray herself as something unusual, not the norm.
The change agent.
Yes.
I mean, so I do think
The
that this
Obama
is,
talking point.
But this, I think, is indeed a problem. Politics is always about the future. It's not about the past. And I think this is where I think she did do well. Like, she's going to lead us to some bright new future without really ever being pressed about her responsibility for the current failures.
Yes.
And
the promises.
You did get one question where she said, what would you do that's different than what Biden is doing right now? She didn't answer that question. Because the answer is nothing.
And she was not held accountable for not answering that question
Right.
either. I'm watching ABC News right now, and the anchors there, they have the biggest crap-eating grins on their face right now. The eagerness, the joy, the happiness that I'm kind of seeing in their kind of response to all of this is very telling and indicative of everything that we're seeing here, because you see them kind of elated. You see them kind of happy from all of this, as Jeffrey Toobin, yes, Lubin Toobin, just went on Twitter and said, quote, "Excellent job by the ABC News moderators," as everyone is heavily criticizing them. I posted this saying, described this moderator, and the responses here are pretty telling to show how a lot of people aren't really happy with them. They're saying a lot of words we can't say here on this family-friendly broadcast on YouTube. People are saying that this was the MVP of the Democratic ticket. He's sitting like that because of what's, quote, in his blank. Take blank to whatever you think it
Andrew
means.
Meyer.
Andrew Meyer, who is behind me, says
Lady of the Night.
Yep. And then a lot of people are saying David Manure instead of his name. Other people are calling him a Kamala spokesperson, which, again, someone else just says prolapsed. Again, we have some of the best online commentators a part of the industry, but truly, this is essentially what we have seen here. It was the Kamala Harris campaign with the DNC, with the corporate media, battling against Donald Trump. Just talked to Alex Jones right now. We're going to be connecting with him in 5 minutes and joining him on his show. He's going to be joining us on our show in about 5 minutes
Of course,
from now.
folks can go to rumble.com at stonezone.com.
There you
So
go.
I love threesomes, and this is going to be a threesome.
Ooh. Our second time together here on this.
You're going to get Lubin Toobin excited over here. Hold on. You don't want to hear it.
No,
you don't want to hear his commentary now.
No,
we don't
As
wanna,
long as the
we don't
screen
wanna-
is off,
we don't
we're
wanna
all good.
We don't want to turn on Lubin Toobin's live stream right now.
No.
We don't want
No,
his
we do not.
webcam to turn on, as of course he's
It's a
known for.
family-friendly show, Luke.
He is absolutely turgid right now.
Yeah, he is absolutely rock hard right now with, I think, what just transpired here. As again, I think the faces of a lot of these individuals, of of what we're seeing, the responses, the highlights here as we're watching the kind of recreation of everything here. As now ABC News is probably going to be playing the greatest Kamala hits over and over again. And the game is rigged. And it is absolutely wild to see.
I think that, you know, Trump was put in a really tough spot because if he complains about the moderation, it looks like he's a whiner, that he's not a leader, blah, blah, blah. I think the tact I would have taken if I was in his shoes, and it's very easy for me to say I'm not under the spotlight like he was, but I would have really emphasized the fact that they were not pressing her. Like, and I would have, instead of saying that, I would have just done it for them. I would have said, hey, you've said a lot of words, but I'm not actually getting what your policy proposals here. It seems as if you're trying to buffalo the American people. How about you just tell us the truth as to what you believe?
We're not live yet with Alex Jones, but we're going to be tuning into him in just a little bit. I turned off the audio, so the audio you're hearing right now from my staff and my people here is not the same one that, of course, is us talking, but we're going to be connecting to him right now. I got to text him, figure this out. You guys keep talking.
Were we talking about your staff, or was it Lubin's staff?
Lubin's staff is getting all the tissues out right now for him.
Oh, gross.
As of course,
Okay.
that's probably what the corporate media is doing right now.
I think they're all thrilled that she came through and that she actually was able to like pull this off, because I think we were all waiting for like this to be a disaster.
The Democrats have been holding their breath for 45 days. Ever since she got the nomination, they were like, can she just get through the debate? And
she did.
Well, she got.
Yay, with so much joy.
I mean, she got through it.
I'm so excited for her. Yay, a woman in the White House.
Obviously, I'm not very impressed with her performance, but I do think that that she couldn't have done much better. And that's not even to say that Trump did that bad of a job. I think he did all right. It's just that this deck was stacked against him, and he really had himself painted into a corner because he's only got one bite at the apple. And it's like they knew that. They knew all they had to do was prep her for this one 90-minute showdown with the most friendly moderation you'll ever get in your life.
With the questions beforehand, because those were rehearsed speeches. I mean, it's blatantly obvious.
Well, and this is exactly why I think when Trump caught her off guard with certain claims, like when he called her a Marxist, for instance, she did not retort, though you know she would have wanted to, because they didn't have that scripted. So she stuck to the script. She did her job. She stuck to the script.
And you can see at every rally, she like repeats the same exact speech, word for
whatever
word.
state she's in.
She is fantastic at that. I mean, I can't remember a script, you know, that I like rehearsed or whatever, and she can do it at she's a pro. She can just.
I think she's reading from a teleprompter at those rallies, but this was not teleprompted, I assume. So yeah, congrats to her for memorizing her lines.
Yeah. You know, my favorite part of the evening was when she said that Trump kept debating Biden, kept talking about how Biden's
like, I'm not Biden.
I'm not Biden. I know, but he was supposed to be debating Biden. Ergo the problem.
Yeah, that would have been an interesting retort, actually. Just be like, yeah, I
know.
I thought it was going to be him, but it's not him now. So
they just removed you and went ahead and threw in, you.
I would like to. I wish he would have emphasized more details in the lawfare, like as to how nefarious and underhanded this has all been. He has to know it. He sat in these court cases for much of it, but it's always broad strokes. That's kind of his speaking style.
You have to be really
strokes,
into this stuff to follow it. Most people don't know that those charges are no longer there, and so of course.
But this is his opportunity to educate the American people as to the corruption that they're dealing with. And the other critique I have for Trump is that he oftentimes does not connect the injustice that he's receiving to the American people themselves.
Right.
Really connect that dot. That it's like he's the famous line that he says is, "They're not coming for me; they're coming for you. I'm just in the way."
Right.
Well, he didn't have one of those moments tonight where he emphasized yes, they're undermining me every step of the way. They lied to the FISA court. They spied on me with the FBI. They cooed me on, they impeached me on nothing. Then they cooed the sitting president.
And then they shot me.
And then they shot me. Yeah, lay all that out, and then say, but it's not about me. If he just had one moment where he says, but it's not about me. It's about this country and it's about you. And they're coming for all of us.
Right.
And I'm just
and look at what happened
now.
in Brazil, and look at what happened in France, and look at I agree. I think he should be connecting those dots for people. He doesn't, and that's one of his faults. I mean,
I want to ask because Clint, we were talking about earlier, like the other show the other day, about how this was going to go down.
Yep.
Do you think that Trump did a good job in terms of how you were saying you want to see a lot from him? You want him to be more not playing it safe. I was saying okay, maybe he should play it a little. He's probably going to play it a little safe. How do you see the way it turned out tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it basically went down how I expected. I think the only thing that I'm caught off guard by was that she stayed on script, that she delivered her lines in a way that I didn't think she was capable of. Well, I know, but I'm just giving you the full answer. I thought that his tact was relatively good. I thought he took the bait too many times. When she challenged him on the crowd size, he should have let that go and focused, because her entire point was, this is about him. It's not about the American people. He doesn't care about you. And then she challenged him on the crowd size, and then he took the bait and he says, "We've never seen such big crowds in American history." That was a mistake. That was
agree wholeheartedly.
Wasted time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But it's kind of clear that from the beginning they've done some kind of psychological analysis of him. That's why the first legal case was to try to bankrupt him and try to question his hard-earned wealth, because they know that it's a key point of his psyche. He's very proud of his business success.
Yep.
And that's why they went after him first on that issue.
They look after people's psychological weaknesses and what they could prey on, and specifically the things that they could exploit to make someone crack, to make someone break. And they attack people in these specific vector ways where they know it's going to have the maximum impact. So I think we saw a larger kind of psychological operation at play here that was kind of very high tech. It looks like we got Alex Jones on the air right now with us.
Great guy, great journalist. I've known him since he was 17. And then, of course, we got Roger Stone, the big expert on all this. Can you hear me, Roger Stone?
Yes, indeed, Alex. We're here with you. Luke is here. We watched the same 3-on-1 fiasco that you did. It was an attempt to pile on to the president. Amazing to me that they fact-checked him repeatedly. They never fact-checked Kamala Harris and any of her many lies, not even once.
They put their ass on the scale. They didn't do that so much with CNN because they wanted to get rid of Biden, as you predicted.
Bingo.
And as came true. And so, Roger, speak to that, and Luke and the rest of your crew, and then my guys will come back and speak. But you guys, for the next, we've been here, everybody's been hearing from us for a long time. So I know your folks been hearing from you. You'll hear from us in a moment. But Roger, spend 3 or 4 minutes as long as you want, and then go through your gallery there, and we'll come back to us with our response. And we've got another devastating video showing her lies that we'll premiere for you. Go ahead.
Certainly, Alex. Look, I think that this is as good as it's going to get for her. She's clearly much better at memorizing things. If you look at the whole rhythm and the direction of the thing, I strongly suspect that she was given every question in advance, and she had a memorized answer. Nobody is that smooth. Trump, obviously, I think, should have focused a bit more on the future, but the important thing is that his past record is a projection of the future. Politics is always about the future, never the past. What you got from her was a lot of happy talk about unity and people working together, but what she doesn't understand is that people don't see politics in terms of Republicans and Democrats, and therefore the support of the Cheneys is not a plus. The people do not like Dick Cheney. They don't like endless war. They don't like the fact that these people have spent billions of dollars promulgating war. She is acting like she never met Joe Biden. Joe Biden, you're not debating Joe Biden. Yes, we are debating Joe Biden because you are his vice president and you have supported his policies. You notice, Alex, when she was asked, what would you do differently than Joe Biden? She never answered that question. And when Trump said Joe Biden actually hates her, which I think is true, she never responded to that. Is that because she fears what Joe Biden might actually say?
Well, that's right. Luke Rakowski, you saw this. Just real quick, we go back to Roger and then Luke. The larger issue of them putting their asses on the scale was this was so transparent. And I'm wondering, Roger, if the public picked up on that injustice, because I know in my rig showcase trials where I was already found guilty, people came in 50-50 to it, but they had to ban the YouTube streams that had millions of viewers and hundreds of thousands of comments because 99% of the comments were for me saying, why don't his lawyers ever speak? Why does Alex not get to speak? Why do they attack him for days? Then he gets 5 minutes, they attack him again because it was rigged. I think people are going to see through how the moderators, as you said, always would fact check him like they're God, back up her lies. Another big lie is them saying they don't kill any babies after they're born. Multiple states have passed laws. A bunch of them have laws that, if they kill them to the 9th month. We have the governor Northam in Virginia saying they, keep babies alive and sell their body parts. We have the California cases. She prosecuted the journalist when she was attorney general and put him in jail and gave him huge fines when they showed the documents they were selling universities babies with still beating hearts. I mean, you can't make this up, Roger.
Alex, I think you're right, and here's why. I'm not sure who tuned in tonight's debate that wasn't already decided, in all honesty. I mean, the average person actually wasn't even watching this debate. But the average person does know what they're paying for a gallon of gasoline. They do know how little their dollar buys when they go to the grocery store. They do know they can't find affordable housing. It doesn't matter whether they want to buy or they're hoping to rent. They do know that while there's a crime epidemic in their community, that instead of solving that, we're shipping billions of dollars to Ukraine. So I actually think after a couple of days, when all of this settles down, the race is going to be about where it was, which is to say relatively close, but they have two significant advantages that they utilized fully in 2020, and they will try to do so again. The distortions of the mainstream media, which, while they are not monolithic anymore, while they don't have a monopoly on information, are still enormously influential. And then secondarily, and more problematic, the censorship. The censorship that is actually being driven by elements of the U.S. government who are charged to work with media outlets, particularly those on the internet, to make sure that people like you and I, Alex, we have no voice.
And Roger, I want to go to Luke here because I don't want to dominate this, but I have one more question for you because you're really the expert here. Luke's super smart as well, so he can go wherever he wants. But you've been saying they would replace Biden and put somebody else in, and they put Kamala in, and you've said the big danger is he develops another medical issue like they did in Vegas and then fly to Delaware for 8 days, and he comes out and does all this and steps down. If he does that now officially, she becomes the president, the first woman president. They're going to try to use that as a springboard to hype things up. And I mean, that's really their only move because I had the Rasmussen head poller on. Even the New York Times agrees. Trump, even in their skewed polls, is now ahead of Kamala. You never were optimistic. And you're saying you feel very optimistic, but I had Rasmussen go on for 40 minutes. They've been tracking back decades, one of the top ones, and he said, look, he's got more support than he had in 2016. We know he had less, but probably still won. He agreed in 2020, but they stole it. He was agreeing with on this air, the head pollster, and now that he sees way more support across the board than Trump's ever had, so you are optimistic. You don't think it's in the bag because of all the fraud. You kind of got mad at our headline that was already out, an hour had gone by, so we couldn't change the headline. Not a big win, but a win. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I think that she had to perform minimally well tonight, acceptably well, for them to reject the option of forcing Joe Biden out one way or another. I still think it could happen. I still think that it's likely to happen. It's going to take a couple of days for the polling to settle down, and will determine how desperate they are. This was Trump's race to win going into this debate. Still think it is his to win. But this 3-on-1 pile-on is not going to be helpful. And you can already see them slicing and dicing the clips. The single best moment in the debate, though, I have to say, was when he stole her money shot line and said, "I'm talking now." Because she was going to prepare, she was prepared to use that, and he beat her to the punch. It was the single best moment in the debate. Luke, what did you think?
No, I agree. I also think his closing comments were really strong.
Yes. I'll tell you what surprised me in that was that it was uncharacteristic. He does understand that energy production is the keystone to a strong economy, that if you have energy independence and a vibrant energy sector, that you will have a vibrant economy, and it gives you enormous bargaining power in world affairs. He always hits that point. It is part of his kind of standard spiel, whether it's an interview or a speech, yet he really didn't touch it tonight. That was a little surprising to me.
Luke Rakowski.
Alex, we are very happy to have Roger Stone here. He is literally getting text messages from Donald Trump in the making of our broadcast. We were earlier just talking about the larger kind of inconvenience that Joe Biden is to the Democratic Party and how they probably will be getting rid of him in some way, shape, or form to give Kamala a boost here, depending on the poll numbers. And I think if she goes down in the polls, they're going to think of something even more desperate. But right now, a lot of people are expecting her polls to go up. And I think what we saw today was a very advanced Operation Mockingbird-like project unfolding right in front of our eyes. As of course, we were telling people yesterday, we were telling people weeks in advance, this debate was going to be rigged. And that's exactly what it was. Trump, I was counting, was interrupted and corrected about 11 times. Kamala Harris, 0 times. And the way that this debate was kind of engineered, you could see without a shadow of a doubt, there's a high probability that Kamala Harris was absolutely given the questions beforehand, especially with the way that she was answering them. And in many ways where she wasn't even answering them to the point where she was never even pushed back on or corrected. What we're seeing here is high-level manipulation. And I think they really were looking at the larger psychology of Donald Trump, set him up with some kind of personal traps, and were using his own kind of personality in a kind of weaponized way in order to portray this larger kind of orange man bad kind of theme and to try to make Kamala Harris look like the unifier. And to add CIA insult to injury, just now I just went on Taylor Swift's Instagram and she has now officially endorsed Kamala Harris for the presidency of the United States. This is breaking news happening right now.
Listen, I have
Taylor Swift.
I have to switch positions now. If Taylor Swift is for...
She got Roger's vote. But you got to understand, she has 883 million followers, and on her Twitter account, just officially came out as, and even declaring that she's a childless cat lady, that she will be voting for Kamala Harris this presidency. So they are going.
That's right. We have shots of her. We have shots of her with the ragdoll cat, and she says, "I'm a childless cat lady." So Roger Stone, everybody wants to get your take on this. What do you make of Taylor Swift's endorsement? I think already the people that are under her spell or whatever are going to vote for Kamala regardless. But what do you make of Taylor Swift, the childless cat lady?
First of all, most of them, Alex, aren't going to vote, aren't registered to vote, aren't going to vote, aren't even interested enough in the process to vote. It's hard for me to believe that 883 million people have that bad a taste in music, but hey, that's just me. I don't think having popular pop culture figures endorse you is how you win elections. Support is not transferable. But you could also see that Taylor Swift didn't want to sign on to the Titanic. So she wanted to see how she did tonight. She was saying today she wasn't sure she was going to endorse. Now, I think that performance was sufficient enough for her to do so. Again, the expectation level for Trump was allowed to get too high. The expectation level for the vice president was exceedingly low. She did exceed it. I would concede that. She seems more future-oriented, even though it was still pretty much of a word salad. In other words, I want to bring us together. I have plans. As Clint pointed out, she didn't have plans until about 48 hours ago on her website, and her plans, each one is about one sentence long.
Yeah, let's go to Clint. Let me just say this briefly. I totally agree with Roger. That's what I said. Halfway into the debate, Trump was about 55, 60 points. So she was about 40. He was about 60. He was winning, but we have higher expectations for him, lower expectations for her. She was able to spit out a bunch of talking points that were basically all lies and disinformation, but she was able to halfway regurgitate that. So it's like, oh, look, Frankenstein can walk. It's alive. Wow. It's doing better than we thought. And so, but then he got better and better by the end. I say he won 80-20 by the end. He dominated her. But absolutely, she doesn't even have any policies. They're all Joe Biden's horrible policies. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that's true, but I think that the real problem here is that you had the two moderators and Kamala all on the same side. And really the way the Democrats work now is that because they believe in technocracy, they believe in appeal to authority, and they believe in majoritarian rule. So they're going to see basically the majority siding with her, and they're going to go, well, I guess Trump's a liar. Doesn't matter that in fact, she was the one who lied dozens of times. I think most Democrat voters won't recognize it.
I mean, that's it. Well, what Roger said earlier, I'm going to put it out on X. He should go totally viral. Roger Stone, exclusive. Roger Stone. debate was a 3-on-1 pylon, but Trump still won. I mean, that's basically it.
Yeah, I think that's right. He stuck to his key important themes. The people are maybe I'm too trusting of the people, but does anyone really think things are going great right now for this country? And does anyone think that her policies would be the slightest bit different than what we have today? I don't think so. So I'll be interested to see the polling, and after a couple of days, I'm not sure who tuned in tonight that was actually undecided. And I think that is a key factor. I do think, I was surprised you didn't talk more about energy. I'm in favor of another debate. I'd like to see another debate. She's going to be the one who doesn't want another debate. She got out of there with her skin. She overperformed. She was lucid enough to put together all the hope and joy stuff. I don't think she wants to risk another confrontation with Trump.
I can assure you we will not see another debate before November. The Democrat Party had been holding their breath ever since she got the nomination. They knew that there was basically one moment where she could totally have a, forgive my language, but a pants-shitting Joe Biden type of moment. She didn't have that tonight. I'll grant you, I do think that Trump certainly brought more value, more actual ideas to the table, but it really doesn't matter because they had the moderators on her side, and they're going to have the fact checkers on her side, the corporate media is on her side, Hollywood's on her side, pop culture is on her side. Everyone is on her side except for those that are actually interested in the truth, which is the American people and your audience and ours. So we'll see what wins out. I think it's going to be a very close election.
But this misunderstanding that the uniparty all getting together, having the support of the Cheneys, and little Adam Kinzinger, I don't know why they think that's a plus. I really honestly don't. And I'm happy to have the trade-off of RFK Jr. And Tulsi Gabbard, for example, who I think are going to be very effective here in the final weeks of this campaign.
Yeah, whoever would have thought we were going to see Kamala Harris, the presidency of John McCain and Dick Cheney. Those are the two biggest people that she propped up today on the debate stage. That's who she's standing behind. That's who's in her camp. And I think Donald Trump should have doubled down on this. We should be making this a bigger kind of talking point, specifically around the larger context of the conversation about Ukraine that was specifically made here. As of course, she touted some of the biggest scumbags and warmongers in our political discourse.
That's right.
These people are discredited. These people are dishonest. These people have blood on their hands. Let's bring out their track record, specifically when it comes to American foreign policy and all the money we're wasting away, and let's actually make that a key
and the millions
issue of
they
discussion.
killed. And backing you up, Luke, you cut your teeth, and I mean, I've known you 20 years. You were 17 years old, confronting these globalists, Dick Cheney, all of them. And the Democrats said they were the greatest Satans on earth. So whether they were or not, which they obviously were true war criminals and very evil, the Democrats said this was Satan incarnate. So it shows they have no soul. They'll flip on a dime. And the fact that they think that props them up shows how disconnected from reality they are. So let's just pull back here for a minute. I want to show you guys a poll. Then I want to ask you guys some questions. And then I want to get my guys to pop in here and get their take because they're chomping at the bit. Got a lot of notes here. But looking forward, will there be a J.D. Vance, Tampon Tim Walz debate? And I think Vance will destroy Walz. I want to get your take on that. But first, here's the poll. We just put it up like 30 minutes ago. It's got 74,000 votes at Real Alex Jones, 190,000 views. And I said it'd be in the high 80s or early 90s. We'll see how it closes by showtime tomorrow. I said 89 or 90 is what I'm picking. I'll just to nail it, I'll say 89% when I go on air at 11 a.m. Central tomorrow for my regular weekday show. But what do you guys make of that poll?
Well, I think it's those that are actually paying attention. They know the reality. They know that Donald Trump was telling the truth more often than Kamala Harris was. So, of course, they're going to side with Donald Trump. The issue is that your audience is actually privy to the truth. Those watching ABC News on the regular have no idea. They, as I said before, they are going to basically appeal to authority. They're going to say that these newsmen must be telling me the truth. When they fact-check Donald Trump and they don't fact-check Kamala Harris, well, that means that he's lying and she's telling the truth. It's not reality. It's totally an inversion, but that's how it works.
Robert.
Well,
Griffin
I totally agree. Go ahead. Sorry,
Robert. Hey, Alex. It's Andrew Meyer. Robert Griffin III.
Hey, man, how you doing?
He's a hey, Alex. He's a famous NFL player. He put out a poll, same poll that you put out, and he has a very mainstream, maybe liberal audience even. And the results right now are 63% said that Trump won the debate. So that's not
that's
our,
good.
that's not our audience. That's not right wing Twitter or Alex Jones. That's mainstream.
But that is Twitter.
By the way, Andrew, I'm glad you're here. A good friend of mine made the Alex Jones video game. Amazing guy. Love you to death. I wanted to just say, I was about to say to the crew, hey, pull up all the mainstream polls. They're saying between 55 and 70% Trump win. So even mainstream dumbos say Trump won. Andrew, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
All good. I think Trump had a lot of really good moments. Even the debate moderators had to cut him off because his momentum was so strong. He was killing it talking about energy. Every time he talked about the border, he put his challenge to Kamala, why don't you close the border right now? They had to cut him off and shift it. And he had some moments that are going to go viral. Everyone's talking about he stole her thunder saying, I'm talking. That stuff is going to play in social media. Twitter or not, that stuff is going to get out there. It's very, very funny what Trump did, and it's going to go viral.
Just one more quick point before I do want to hear from Chase and Owen. Those are my guys. But I did think that actually go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Chase. I want to hear from you, man.
Well, I'm just thinking about this from like a 30,000-foot view, and if we think about it in terms of the zeitgeist, the spirit of the times among the people. I think Roger's right. I think the other analysts here are right that people understand that things are not better than they were 4 years ago. And I think that subconsciously as well, people understand that the 3 great years of Trump's presidency outshine the 1 bad year. And I think they understand, whether they admit it or not, that a lot of the pain and suffering that we felt economically as a people during the pandemic were not Trump's fault. I think everybody knows that it's a low blow. It's a cheap shot to say that, he left us with a terrible economy. I think everybody, both left and right, in terms of voters, understand that comparing a post-pandemic economy to an economy in the midst of a pandemic with lockdowns and all those things is just an unfair comparison there. And so ultimately, I think what people are going to go to the polls thinking on November 5th is, do we want America to look like it looked in its prime in 2019, or do we want it to look like it's looked the last 3.5 years? And I think, at least I hope, that the American people will remember what 2019 felt like and looked like. My business was booming. I know others were as well.
No, I totally agree. Let me ask you this,
got a
Chase.
vote during that, right? So
Chase, finish your point, but I got to say this. I want to ask everybody this question. Taylor Swift, they had this waiting in the wings for tonight, like it was to say she endorses her and she won. What do you make of that, Chase?
I think you're right. Roger's interpretation of that is I think reasonable, but mine is a little bit different. I don't think that she waited to make her decision. I think that she knew that she was going to post that at the time that she posted that for days.
Yeah.
A subject.
Yeah, because I'm typing in Trump-Harris debate, and all I'm hearing is Taylor Swift.
Exactly. And it's her supporting Kamala Harris, and it's her being a single cat lady, and it's her kind of controlling the narrative here. As, again, this is what the corporate media is going to be running with. You see them with crap-eating grins right now. They're kind of celebrating this kind of moment, which you should be worried about, because I think this is one of many surprises that are still yet to come, just nearly 50 days away from, of course, the election and November 5th. So these are just one of the tricks out of many tricks that are going to be played on the American people. As of course, I think it's fair to say that we all know who the ABC anchors will be voting for. As of course, the race right now is for undecided Americans. The people in Michigan, the people in Pennsylvania, the people in Nevada will be deciding the future of this country. How they were swayed and affected by the media today, I think, is going to be very important to look at, because this is essentially a race to see if the corporate media is going to win and be more powerful here, or independent media. Who will win this larger battle? We will see when the polls come out of this, because me watching this was a Maoist struggle session. This was a rigged debate. I see it, and this makes me want to support Donald Trump more. Will the average American in the middle see this the same way? We're going to see that in a few days.
I think the important thing, too, is that because you now have Dick Cheney and basically the entire Rhino old guard that's coming out in support of Kamala Harris, it's actually a really cathartic moment.
Agreed.
Because this is how this system has worked for the longest time. Mitch McConnell or Lindsey Graham would walk through the halls of Congress, and they would dap up Kamala Harris when they saw her. These people are all friends. The entire
in it together.
Faux opposition is nonsense. We now know it. It is us against them. It's basically MAGA versus the regime, and I think I know what side I'm on.
I want to hear from Owen Schroyer, my old co-host at the real War Room show. Owen, what did you think of this?
Well, 100%, let's just be clear. 100% Taylor Swift's post was planned hours ago, if not days ago. They even had the whole cat thing because they know people like pet videos. But Taylor Swift is not going to change anybody's opinion on this election. Most Taylor Swift fans are probably Donald Trump voters. I think you'll see that in her replies. And the truth of the matter is this debate is not going to change the trajectory of this election either. I wouldn't be surprised that when the ratings for this debate come out, they're extremely low, actually. Most of my friends were not interested, not watching. What is going to change the trajectory of this election is getting illegal voters off the voter rolls, making sure non-citizens don't vote, and monitoring mail-in ballots and drop boxes. Quite frankly, that's all that matters. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris can do 30 debates. They can do 100 debates. They can do no debates. It's not going to make a difference. I would say most voters have made up their mind at this point. So I don't think Taylor Swift, I don't even think this debate has any impact on the trajectory. It's going to be all about election integrity. And that's why, and Alex, you have the document on your desk right here. That's why the Justice Department just came out this week and said, oh, if you don't clear your voter rolls within 90 days of an election, then you don't get to clear the voter rolls.
Yeah, show folks this overhead shot.
So here's
well,
why
I know Texas just pulled over 1 million off illegal aliens.
Here's why they're doing this. You have Virginia that pulled off hundreds of thousands of illegal votes. You had Texas that pulled off over 1 million illegal votes. You have Nevada that pulled off hundreds of thousands of illegal votes. You have Georgia that pulled off hundreds of thousands of illegal votes. Florida was way ahead on this. They did this.
And they only won by like, what, it was like 6,000?
Beyond the margin of victory. Beyond the margin of victory was the illegal votes that were pulled off.
But I forgot. I looked it up like last month on air or a few weeks ago. Like he lost Georgia by like 6,000. Michigan by
12,000.
Like, what?
It was 12,000, and there were more illegal. And this was what they wanted.
One of the
for.
states it was 6,000. Michigan was less than 15.
Might have been Nevada. It might have been Nevada. But they won in Georgia, and I believe they found 17,000 illegal votes. Biden won Georgia by 12,000 votes. That's why Donald Trump kept saying, hey, look at the votes, look at the votes, look at the votes. It was beyond the margin of victory. So, but I think those states are decided. I don't think the Department of Justice is going to go into Texas and Georgia and Nevada and Florida and Virginia and North Carolina and say, oh, no, the people you removed, you got to put them back on. They're allowed to vote. This is about Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, where there's ongoing legal battles, and Arizona, actually. The 4 swing states where there are ongoing legal battles to get the non-voters, to get the illegal voters off the rolls. That's what this is about. So the Democrats are going to come forward, and their lawyers and their Supreme Court justices at the state level and their state legislatures are going to say, oh, well, gee, yeah, you found hundreds of thousands of illegal votes on the rolls, but see, the Department of Justice says we can't remove them, so they get to vote in this election. That's why they did this. But the good news is, this is the good news. Donald Trump doesn't have to win Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Arizona to win this election. He has a path to 270 without those states. So that's what matters in this election. If it's a free and fair election, Trump probably wins 45 states. I mean, who knows? But that's not what we're up against. So I don't really care about Taylor Swift and her cat. Donald Trump won this debate probably 60-40. Maybe it changed some voters' minds, but that's really the story that we're up against. And I think that it's very important that the RNC focuses on that and these lawyers do not give up this fight, because that's the real battle here.
Well, of course, everybody's already. Go ahead.
I have two concerns, to be quite honest. I still think that Donald Trump is going to win this election, but you noticed that the executive orders regarding foreign interference in our elections were renewed 48 hours ago, which gives the federal government broad powers if they find evidence of foreign interference in our elections. And the cybersecurity and infrastructure regulators are also back to the same thing of leaning on all forms of media for widespread censorship. Those are the two troubling things to me. In other words, Trump could win, but then you've already seen Jamie Raskin announce their plan. They're not going to certify him because they're
Pelosi
going to find foreign interference in the election, which didn't exist in 2016 and doesn't exist today.
You know, Roger, I think that that's such an important point that you make. And so, see, that's what I'm saying. We kind of, and we, even the most informed of us that are hawks like us, even we kind of get distracted by the shiny objects. And look, we talk politics. It's what we do. It's fun. This is what people want to hear. But at the end of the day, you're right. They've already said, Nancy Pelosi, Jamie Raskin, Chuck Schumer,
Civil war conditions.
No, they've already said, oh, well, we're just not going to certify. We're setting it up, and we're just not going to certify if Trump wins. And
let me just add to this right now. This is important. Let's go back. You're right. We get distracted by the shiny objects. You got to cover them. They just 3-on-1 him. He still won the debate. She had some talking points memorized. She had low expectations. She did better than we thought. Still terrible. Total lies. Got to hit her on the lies. We got to all produce the information, show the lies like we did earlier, her lies on fracking, her lies on wanting to ban guns. Devastating. He needs to run national ads with that. I don't want to take your guns. Of course I'm going to take your guns. I didn't say ban fracking, you liar. I want to ban fracking. I want to ban fracking. I want to ban fracking. So many clips make your head spin. We got to hit them. They're going to lie to you on every point. They're going to wreck this country. They're the ones politically coming after us, the police. Everything said about him is a lie. She said that he's going to politically persecute them. They're the ones politically persecuting us. They threw you in prison for absolutely nothing and said in the federal filing, you lied, you don't work at InfoWars. I mean, these people are dangerous. And recap Luke Rakowski. I know you're on it, and because you're just as good as I am or better at reminding them how many. I mean, they've all been saying, not just Raskin, we're going to have civil war. We're not going to accept it. We're not going to certify. While they're claiming Trump's going to dispute it, but they're actually preparing to dispute it if he wins. Luke?
Well, Alex, we've been warning about the radicalization of the political system for about 15 years now, specifically talking about the larger echo chambers and the larger kind of manipulated conversations we are seeing by these orchestrated social media companies that, of course, perverse the conversation, absolutely rot it, absolutely destroy it. I think what we're seeing here today is the kind of perfect forecast of what would have probably happened if they were successful in taking out Donald Trump. If that attempt on his life was successful, I think we would have been seeing those conditions exacerbated and put into play where the American people would have been fighting each other inside of the streets domestically here inside of the United States. We luckily avoided that situation, but right now with Kamala Harris, she needs to be questioned about her BLM record. She needs to be questioned about the money that she was raising for the people that were arrested during that particular riot. She is the CIA candidate, and her bringing up, again, Dick Cheney, John McCain here, highlights exactly how she is doing the bidding of these intelligence agencies. These are individuals that I confronted. I called both of them warmongers and war criminals to their face, and these are the larger kind of orchestrated schemes that we are seeing behind the scenes being carried out and played out here. There's a reason she didn't want to do the Fox News debate. There's a reason we had a rigged debate. Now, what are we going to be seeing from here? I mean, it's just going to be bedlam. It's just going to be absolute craziness. And I do foresee the larger possibility of Joe Biden just essentially being used as a ploy here, as a puppet, as a tool, and just used for whatever purposes Kamala Harris will use him for in order to, of course, help her and the larger puppet system that she represents be, of course, promoted even more from here. So there's still a very long way between now and November 5th. But during this time period, I think it's going to be critically important to pay attention to what's going on, not fall for the traps, not fall for the psyops, the false flags out there, because again, there could be a possibility Biden is taken out, the right wing is blamed, therefore the conditions for a civil war are even fostered, therefore more, and therefore more likely to, of course, happen.
Well, that's the point. With 55 days left, this is the most dangerous time in American history. Since we're all talking about the money shot when Trump took her line we all expected her to use, but I'm talking right now and did it. I want to play that clip for everybody right now. And then I've got some of the other amazing things. Trump spotlights Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio. They're eating dogs. They're eating cats. They're eating the pelts off people. And what's crazy is that's all in the police cams, the news reported. Oh, we called the city manager. It's not true. That's taking the money and selling them out. I mean, look, Haiti is hell, folks. They eat, there's no dogs and cats. They deforested the whole thing. I'm sorry.
What is the city manager you're going to have to do with that? Like, that's not even who you would call.
We have all the police reports and arrests and a woman in the yard eating the cat while it's half alive like a vampire. My cat. I mean, just
imagine, Alex, you're a Haitian. You get transported. You don't even know what the hell's going on. You get told free stuff, come to America. You get transported into middle America in a town. You don't know what the hell's going on. You walk into a park and you just see live animals, and that's just like, oh, yeah, I eat live animals. Oh, look, a duck, a goose. Yeah, I'm going to go eat that animal.
And we have them killing them, grabbing them all on video. And they've doubled the car wrecks in the town, the rate of car wrecks, and then they're saying it's not happening.
No, but Alex, the border crossings are down, and Joe Biden is sharp as a tack, and Haitians.
So we're getting that clip. I just sent it to the guy. I said it's on the list. Maybe it's there. I missed it.
818,000 new jobs. Oh, wait a minute. It was 600,000, and most of them were part-time jobs. These people just lie.
And most of them went to
non-citizens. Yeah.
Right. Here's the money shot clip. Here it is. Very exciting.
Look at that money shot.
That's good. See, it's ugly. Look at that. It's
wow,
it's
look at that.
Hey, guys, I wanted to play the clip of them saying, where he takes her line and uses it back on her.
I'm speaking. Excuse me.
Well, we'll come back to it later. I'm going to go find out what's
also
going
get
on.
the song that Alex once sang when Conan O'Brien was saying how great Haiti is. Alex created a song that lives in internet lore of coconut milk and how wonderful Haiti is. One of the funniest things on the internet.
Alex, I actually have the shot here.
She was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she
go
went
ahead.
out. Wait a minute. I'm talking now.
We'll get the
You don't
audio. We'll
mind,
get it figured
please.
out.
Does that sound familiar?
Kamala is a nasty bitch, okay? Just take one look, okay? If you look at me right now, look at me. I'm a golden toad, okay? Golden toad. You look over there. That's a nasty bitch, okay? That's condescending, resting bitch face. You've seen it. The guys know. Look at me now. You know. You're sitting at home. Your wife should be in the kitchen making you a sandwich. You got dirty dishes because Kamala Harris is on TV with a condescending, resting bitch face. We've all seen it. We cannot let that. Do you think Putin wants to deal with that? Do you think Putin wants to deal with that? Do you think if Kamala Harris goes over to the Middle East and sits down with that condescending, resting bitch face, do you think they're going to listen to her? I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Nukes will be flying. Thank you, Owen. That was 10 times better than Trump's delivery.
Somebody had to do it. I don't know what,
Well, Owen,
for whatever reason, we can't get the damn audio. Thank you, Roger. You're doing a great job. Let me tell you, I went on with Sean Hannity after the debate. He was anti-Trump for a couple of years, and he sets me up with questions to make me look bad, but I still go on with Hannity, and it's fine. It's fine. I should probably be on with InfoWars and Luke Rudkowski, but it's fine. We go on with Hannity. It's a big audience, and we think we did well. We think we did well. What are you supposed to do? I thought I was going into a debate with an Asian Indian woman. I was preparing for an Indian woman, and I was getting used to the curry and everything else, and then all of a sudden she's black, and now I don't know what to do, and she's in a bathtub with collard
totally
greens,
different
okay?
spices.
And if you ever see Kamala Harris and she comes up to you with a plate of collard greens, do not eat them, okay? Because it's the same bathtub where she washes her dirty ass, all right? We cannot be eating that. That's a special spice, all right? She goes to the spice store. She's in the spice store with all of her spices. But no, let me tell you, the spice is her ass, okay? And she's washing the collard greens with her ass spice. No, don't eat her collard greens, no.
Brother. That was insane.
Very, very good. The other thing I think here is that the vice presidential debate now will happen. It's going to take on a greater significance. They are probably celebrating tonight because she didn't fall on her face. And the media is going to give her a huge lift here, regardless of what people actually think. ABC will already touting her as the winner. Jake Tapper actually pre-taped his declaration of her as the winner prior to tonight's broadcast, be my guess. And you're absolutely right when I think about it. The Taylor Swift thing was meant to grab the pop culture news in the wake of this, no matter what happened.
Exactly. It's more or less a distraction because I would imagine most of her listeners are young, unmarried women who are voting 80% Democrat regardless.
If they're voting at all.
Exactly.
It follows the pattern as well with Kamala and her like concerts that she's throwing, which are supposed to be like rallies, but they're actually like concerts with pop stars and all of these entertainers. And
this is not just going to be an Instagram post here. There's going to be concerts. There's going to be events. There's going to be, of course, larger celebratory events here that they're going to be playing off and getting people to actually go out there and vote because of this. So again, we can't underscore the significance here, as there's also a lot of kind of serious concerns and questions about her ties rise and potentially her being used as some kind of larger ploy for the establishment here. The game is rigged, and we have to understand that the top echelons of all these celebrities, of all these people, of the Federal Reserve banking system, of the multinational corporations, they're all coalescing around Kamala Harris. There's no top Fortune 500 company CEO that's supporting Donald Trump. That's
the greatest endorsement. That's the greatest endorsement Trump could ever have. He's definitely a maverick. Elon sees it. I want to talk about Elon with you guys here in a few minutes. But since I have the clips, I was confusing the guys, sending him so many. It's my fault that we didn't have it ready. Here is the money shot, and then we have him about eating the dogs and cats, which is happening. I can show you countless videos of police reports of it. But here is the clip of him hitting back at Kamala.
Fracking? She's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police. She's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly,
She's
very
shaking her head no.
horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
And there's Steven Crowder and crew knocking it out of the park. So, guys, I just wanted to play that because you mentioned it. That was hilarious.
I think he did it 3 different times, actually. I think there were 3 times he did it.
Yeah, and now here's the big one where she's caught in a lie. Now, all the reporters are down there with the police reports, the squad car footage. We already showed it earlier tonight. Literally, you go out in your yard, and there's a crazy Haitian woman hissing with your cat drinking blood out of its neck. I mean, this is kook. I mean, folks, Haiti's like devil worshiper central. We've sent the crew down there. They came back, and they're like, oh, my God. I mean, it is Bonkerville.
In Little Haiti here in Miami, you can't go into basically any Haitian store without seeing a shrine it's a demonic shrine. Like, they're all over here in Little Haiti. But the thing I really want to say is Owen and Roger were hitting on points that I think everybody needs to keep in mind, because I think we are going to win this election. I asked Darren Beatty what's the most important thing that Trump can do, and he talked about poll watchers. Arizona and North Carolina, they've got Democrat governors, but they've got red populations. These are states that we should win. We need to be watching the polls. But even then, even if we're winning these states, Jamie Raskin has said, as Roger pointed out, the take care clause of the Constitution, they don't want to certify this election. Everything they accuse Donald Trump of, he's not going to leave office. They don't want to leave power, even if he wins legitimately. So people need to strap in and be ready. The election night is not going to be the end of the election. It's going to take weeks.
No, and they're preparing to recycle the Russian collusion hoax all over again. You could already see it.
Oh, yeah.
They're already ramping that up. They had no evidence last time. There is no evidence this time. I covered it on the Stone Zone yesterday and today.
Yeah,
but you can see that coming.
This is an incredibly exciting time. I want to point something out. We aired this right before we came on with you guys. I'm really proud of it. It's what Trump's campaign ought to be. It's her saying, I don't want to ban your guns, and then saying, I want to ban your guns, want to ban your guns. And it's her saying, I don't want to ban fracking, you're a liar, Trump, and then saying, I'm going to ban fracking. It's breaking Trump releases official, we put that in quotes, campaign ad showcasing Kamala Harris' massive lies on gun confiscation and banning fracking. Obviously, I'm trying to get Trump to make a campaign ad like this. It won't have the clip of me talking over it or whatever. This is a big deal. I mean, she told some whoppers, and that's how we counter the 3-on-1, them piling on our champion. We kick ass in the info war now more than ever. Roger, Luke, crew, Owen, Chase Geyser, everybody. What do you think we all need to do with 54 days out, go time? What do we do?
I think we apply pressure to the RNC to make sure that they don't lose these legal battles that are ongoing. They don't take a knee to the Justice Department saying, nope, illegals get to vote. They don't cave on the SAVE Act like Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene called out Mike Johnson for yesterday and today. And right now in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, the Democrats have, I think it's like 9-1 poll watchers. So we all know what that means. When the Republican poll watchers go home, the magic truckloads of ballots for Kamala Harris will arrive. So they cannot give up these fights. They have to stay steadfast on these fights. I think they understand it. I really do. I do think they understand it. But that's going to be key. Now, I would like to see more ads from Trump reaching the normies. I don't think you gain much ground on social media where you already dominate and you get advertising for free. You need to wade into the waters of NFL games and college football games and popular TV shows and that stuff, because that's where the normies are at. And that's where you hit them with those ads that you're talking about, Alex.
Well,
absolutely.
A key point here, though, that is, let's recognize that neither you nor we live in a swing state. And that the recent Trump campaign ad about Bidenomics, comparing today's actual facts with her giggling about the success of Bidenomics, has been incredibly successful. It's been running very heavily on all medium in the swing states. It's going to come down to about 6 states and about 60 counties. And that is happening. You don't get that feeling, when you're not in a swing state. I saw a credible survey today, a poll taken on behalf of a statewide Democrat in Pennsylvania, where 3 weeks ago Kamala Harris was leading by 3. In the new poll, she was leading by 1. And the gain by Trump, particularly in the collar counties around Philadelphia, has been almost solely on the economic issue, which shows you that ad has penetrated. It's been the best ad, I think.
I feel like
And by the way, I had the Rasmussen head pollster on, Mark Mitchell. He agreed. He said Trump's getting way more support in 2016, way more than 2020, when you were concerned saying it was so close, because the Q people had people asleep thinking he was invincible. Literally, that lost it for us. I mean, he really won, but not by enough to beat the fraud. He's saying he's seeing just massive support and swings in the swing states. And the Republicans just concentrate there. I think we're going to win this thing, Roger.
Again, my greatest concern is not winning it. I think we are going to win it if winning is defined by getting more votes than Kamala Harris. My concern is their use of the levers of government through the CISA and through these executive orders pertaining to the foreign interference that they will no doubt find. That Mary McCord and Andrew Weissman and the usual suspects, Raskin and Dan Goldman, these people are evil, and they're going to try to deny Donald Trump's right to be certified when he gets more votes than Kamala Harris.
So what do we do about that?
Well, I'm not a lawyer. That's something that's got to be thought through. But, right now, Owen is right, which means we had some in our camp right up until the time Biden dropped who thought we were on the cusp of a landslide. Folks, there's not going to be any landslide. Every single vote will count here. We got to grind this out. You got guys like Cliff Maloney and others on the ground in Pennsylvania, still registering people, grinding it out. That's absolutely crucial at this point. Take nothing for granted, assume the worst, and get out there and find every single vote and make sure they vote. Now, our people, they're so distrustful of the system, a disproportionate number of them will vote in person on Election Day because they feel that if they mail their mail-in ballot, they're not sure it'll ever really get counted. And by the way, in some states, that's a very legitimate concern.
I want to keep going to all you guys here because I really respect all of your opinions. So amazing to be here with all you and the millions that are watching on different platforms right now. But we did get the clip. I sent the wrong clips to the crew. They're like, we don't have that clip. We have the clip of him talking about the dogs and cats being eaten. I think this was a crazy moment where she just laughs and says, I don't know what world I'm in. I feel like I'm in fantasy land. No, this is the reality. They deny the Islamic garbage in all their attacks, and now major cities playing call to prayer, but they banned church bells back in the 90s because the atheists don't like it. They deny the Venezuelan gangs running around MS-13. Now they deny the Haitians. I mean, I'm sorry, literally running around like beyond cavemen. I mean, it's the most insane place on earth, literally run by Satan, and it's hell. And then they're importing where a third of the town is them, and they're going to bring more. They give them $3,000 a month, and citizens get a few $100 of their own welfare of food stamps, and that's federal $3,000. They get $1,000 local, and the feds are dumping money in to do this. And then they're eating the cats, the dogs. They're butchering them in the front yards. They're eating them in their front yards. I mean, this is psycho level crap. There's video of them grabbing geese, cutting their heads off. And then she just says it's all made up like they do with the Venezuelan gangs and everything else. No, you're the ones that say 2 men can have a baby and then a boy can be a girl. So let's roll that clip.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating They're eating the pets of the people.
And then they have mainstream
that
media
live
claim he's
there.
lying. He's telling the
And
truth.
This is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.
The networks lie to you about what's happening now. InfoWars tells you the truth about what's
Okay,
happening
so we've got
next.
one more new clip. This is Trump. This just came out responding after the debate. Here is Trump saying that he wants a rematch, that he defeated Kamala. Here it is.
Why won't you commit to a second debate with Kamala Harris if you
wants
believe?
a second debate because she lost tonight very badly. So they immediately called for a second debate because they lost. So we'll think about that. But she immediately called for a second. Look, we're looking at polls.
By the way, you don't see Kamala. She did one CNN report and a couple of talking to cameras previously. Roger, I want to get back to everybody saying what we need to do to win this election, what the enemy's going to do. But real quick, Roger, or anybody else, but notice she's still hiding. I wonder why she didn't go out and talk to the crowd like Trump did.
Yeah, because she can only operate within this kind of structured situation where everything is memorized. So any contemporaneous question she gets, she can't handle. If you saw her out on a walk with her husband the other day and reporters shouted to her, she doesn't even answer those. Reporters I know tell me when she goes from the plane to the car, she won't answer questions. Or on a few occasions, she pulls out a notebook and reads from it. So I think she's a total robot. She did a very good job of memorizing her lines, but that's what leads me to believe that she had every one of these questions in advance. She knew the structure of this debate. She knew when they were going to challenge Trump on January 6th and so on. I think it was very apparent. Luke kind of picked it up before I did, but I think it's right on the money.
And remember how CNN got caught back in 2016 giving Hillary the questions. So this is done.
Well, but we still had Donna Brazile tonight on ABC, as if like she's some trustworthy actor, and her analysis is important. If her IQ is 1 point lower, you'd have to water her like a plant too.
Yeah, the ABC News literally had the person who rigged the presidential debates for Hillary Clinton on right before the presidential debates. It's almost as if they were kind of bragging about it, showing this directly in our face. And again,
they reward their Brian Williams types, don't they?
Exactly. So if you do the bidding for the industrial, media complex, they of course will keep bringing you back, keep making sure that you're going to be the main person that everyone listens to. But I think this election cycle, we absolutely have to be patient. We absolutely, most importantly, have to be non-violent, non-reactive, but we have to be engaged in the discourse. We have to be vocal. We have to be respectful, and we have to move forward in a way where we are going to be hypercritical of everything moving forward, but engaging with local conversations with your neighbors, with loved ones, with people at the supermarket, at the bank, starting conversations and talking to people on a one-on-one basis is the true power that we have here. They have the corporate media, they have the CIA, they have the PSYOPs, they have all the psychological operations and the tricks in their books that they play and utilize, but what they don't have is the truth. We do, and that's why it's more important than ever to preach it, to talk about it, and to engage with it as best as we can on an individual one-on-one basis. Because, Alex, you wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for people sharing our content, getting the word out there. And it's only because of these people why we are still here under tremendous attack. There's so many bad things that they did to us. There's so many lies that they spread about us. But the truth in front of our own eyes and ears cannot be denied. And that is the power that we have all within us to take advantage of right now more than ever.
And their grip is loosening regardless. That's why they're bringing in total tyranny. By the way, Roger said it, Luke said it, I said it. And obviously we'd be taking a lot of calls and stuff, but we got like eight people here on the panel. But tomorrow on my show and other shows, everybody's going to be taking your calls and everything else. And maybe later we'll get to some calls or some X Spaces folks that are listening right now after we break with these wonderful folks and let them finish up what they're doing. We're going to continue on as well. But just looking at this, Trump has come out, put up Deadline Live. Trump is saying it was 3-on-1 and that it was rigged. Donald Trump attacks ABC as biased, where Kamala Harris claims that they basically gave the questions in advance. But bigger than that, you can't prove that. It was obvious. But larger than that was them fact-checking him with BS, interrupting him and not her. That, to me, was out in the open, putting their ass on the scale.
Yeah, it was very obvious that they didn't fact check Kamala at all. She brought up the very fine people hoax that even Snopes has debunked at this point, which Roger talked about. But it's 2016 energy. 2016, the debates were rigged. Donna Brazile is on there. They're treating her like she's legitimate. But one thing that shifted things in 2016, Luke and I at We Are Change, we broke the spirit cooking story in 2016. When people get eye to eye with the Satanism that these people really have behind the curtain, they really don't like it. And
Andrew, speak to that, because you guys broke that. You and Luke did break that. You're the famous "Don't Taser Me, Bro." You've been around forever. Great guy. You again made the Alex Jones video game. It's amazing. Wonderful person with your crew. Go back to the spirit cooking, and that went into WikiLeaks after that. I remember we had one article on InfoWars with like 90 million people that clicked on it. But you guys really were the first to get that going. When people come face to face with this, we call them devil worshippers. It's not like they just do it to shock us. We got the WikiLeaks. They do Aleister Crowley rituals. They're asking for dark devil. They ask demonic angels to give them power and to enter them. This is not a game, people.
Yeah, they're literally summoning demons. And Alex, you were talking about this way longer than I have. I've been talking about this for a very long time. But Cassandra Fairbanks and Andrew were able to go through the DNC emails that were released, and we specifically found those specific references. We found out what they meant. We got the video footage. We packaged it, and we got it out there to the world to make them realize the true type of craziness that they are absolutely involved in, that is sinister, that is demonic, and does represent the larger power establishment and the larger evil that all of them are representing and moving forwards with. You could see it, you could taste it, it's there. And as you're playing the clips right now, this is exactly what they don't want you to see. This is the conversation that they don't want you to have. And luckily we have great people like Cassandra and Andrew that have been with me for a very long time. Stephanie also has been with me for a very long time here as well, that have been working dedicated towards releasing this information to the general public when previously the corporate media said you were crazy for even bringing up or saying actually existed. Well, it is.
And now it's one of the top trends. I interrupted you, Andrew, but you've researched the occult. We've talked on the phone and in person. They're really getting energy out of this. From your research of these dark arts, what are they doing?
Well, one of the things that they're doing that I think is waking people up, they dumped these 20,000 migrants into Ohio. And, there's a lot of great Haitians, a lot of Haitians that love God and that they're Christian, but there also is a very serious element that does voodoo. There's botanicas all over Little Haiti in Miami, and it's the nastiest energy in the world. And I brought up spirit cooking because when Middle America got eye to eye and they saw the real Satanism that's behind this Democrat campaign, and they do these rituals at the Super Bowl, these demonic rituals. When people see these stories, hey, they're dropping people that literally worship demons into the middle of Springfield, Ohio. People get a look at that stuff and they are taken aback by it because the Satanism is real. And you ask, what can we do to really win this election? We have to do all the actions, poll watching, pushing the lawyers to fight the battles ahead of time. But we also, at the end of the day, we got to call on God. We got to get on bended knee and ask God for help to win this election. Because if we don't win this is the end of America. We got to call on God to save America, save this nation, and save this world.
I agree.
I think that that news analyst that just asked Trump that question may have answered my prayer when she said, "Are you going to offer her another debate?" As far as I'm concerned, if I'm Donald Trump, I am taking 1,000 bites at that apple. Every time she is forced to speak, she has a chance of saying something horrifically stupid and just totally ruining her reputation and her political career. I was very upset that he had negotiated, or that he had been negotiated into doing only one debate into incredibly unfriendly territory on ABC, as we saw with this 3-on-1 performance this evening. I would love to see him debate at least one more time, preferably 2 or 3 more times. Really force this lady to actually answer some questions. Maybe don't have such bias moderation. I think it could be incredibly beneficial to him.
I totally agree. I'd like to see another debate, and I certainly want to see a vice presidential debate. But I would like to see at least one other presidential debate. I think, in all honesty, she thinks she won tonight. Sure. And therefore, she may take the bait to go for another debate, and that would be.
Didn't it say that she asked for another one?
That's what the.
Those are the reports, but we haven't heard it from Kamala herself.
True, and we probably never.
All right, just something real quick. Since we showed the headline of Trump saying this, the crew found the clip. We got to reboost all these Trump responses because he's powerful in these. Here he is talking about the debate being rigged, and I'm thinking they gave her the questions beforehand. Here it is.
I'm going into very hostile territory. shortly on a debate with ABC, George Slopadopoulos and that group. And ABC, I think, is the worst of everybody. I think they're the worst. They're the nastiest. They're as bad as you can be. They're worse than NBC, which is saying a lot. And we have something coming. And the reason I'm doing it is because that's the only one that she would do it with, because her best friend is the head of ABC or ABC News, and her husband's best friend is married to that one. So, and Donna Brazile is there. You remember the famous Donna Brazile? She gave Hillary Clinton the questions. You remember that? That was a little embarrassing. She got fired, I assume, for that. But now she's working at ABC. So I said, I'll do it anyway, because even if she knows the answers and knows the questions, I don't think she'll be very good. And this is not what our country wants. And I feel I have an obligation to do it. And she'd never stand up here like this and give a news conference.
All right, let's stop. Rob Dude just brought this in. It's all over Twitter. Rob, you've got my X account. Post this. This is dead on the same earring. Kamala clearly was wearing this system. Look at this. This is a known earpiece that looks like an earring. There it is. The Nova H1 audio earrings, earphones embedded in earrings. Nova H1 earrings, the first and only wireless earphones embedded in part of the pearl earrings on the gold and silver clip. And it's got a clip. You can see they put an even stronger clip so it wouldn't fall off right there. And I guess it's voice to skull. It like rattles in so you can hear it. This is crazy. I mean, look at it. It's the same pearl earring. If you look what she's wearing, the same yellowish gleam. You can see some of the equipment inside of it right there. You can. Oh my God! I mean, this is insane. Wow.
Sure looks the same to me.
I don't think it's the same thing.
No.
I think if they were going to earpiece her, they would have had it in her right ear where her hair was covering her ear.
Well,
I looked. I didn't see anything.
She obviously
Well,
had.
if you're going to rig everything, you're going to do it.
She had the answers to all the questions ahead of time, but she also had the moderators. She went to rebut Trump one time, and the moderators cut her off to protect her from herself, to divert the question and ask something else so that she couldn't hurt herself with her own rebuttal. It was amazing how much the ABC moderators stepped in. That's the one thing I wish Trump had done more, is call them out for their bias, because when he did that in previous debates, everybody loved it.
You know, it's hilarious that people just expect the Democrats to cheat on everything. So at least we have that general understanding now. So that's good to see. Just, expect the Democrats to lie, cheat, and steal.
Liz Churchill just texted me, and she said that she's used those earrings before for audio.
Interesting.
So it looks like them, folks.
Yeah, I got an image here. I'll text to the crew.
My biggest frustration
looks like she's wearing the same thing.
My biggest frustration wasn't that Trump called out the moderators, because I think that would have been kind of, scare quotes, unpresidential. Oh, he's scared. Oh, he's not man enough to take on the tough questions. I think it would have just been better had he grilled Kamala. Like, when she's giving you this mealy mouth nonsense that actually doesn't tell you anything about her policy proposals. Like, demonstrate that she is totally shifted who she claims to be in a 4 or 5 year period. And no one really knows what they're voting for. He did emphasize that point one time, but I would have actually liked to see him push that question to her directly. Say, who are you? What are you actually proposing for the American people? You're running to be the president of the United States, and I feel like people don't even know what you actually believe in. Is that not a concern to you? Is that not a concern to the moderators? Is that not a concern to the audience, the American people? Like, this is a big deal.
By the way, I watch your show sometimes, Luke, and I love the ladies talking. We've kind of been dominating here. What do the ladies think?
Steph?
Oh, well, I really think that what Clinton was saying was pretty on point, but I also feel that Trump was also really talking about how he perceived himself rather than like going at her. I really enjoyed the way that he was drilling his points and really making them really clear.
Martha, what did you think?
I think Kamala really came after the women this time. I mean, her entire speech was definitely focused on women, and I think that she was just trying to appeal to us. And apparently she thinks that most women aren't smart enough to see through the BS.
You know what I think we see tomorrow? I think we see the follow-up focus groups, the follow-up interviews with, undecided voters, specifically women. And I bet they say Trump won. And I bet that just like every other time they've done this, they basically say they don't believe Kamala Harris. They don't think she's legitimate. So I expect to see that. Maybe they air it tonight. But that's
man, she's a creepy looking woman.
Yeah.
Well, if there is
She
another
acts
debate,
even creepier.
If there is another debate, Trump's people should demand to inspect the earrings prior to the debate. Maybe a drug test or
You should wear 'em.
a breathalyzer as well.
No, we don't want that. We want her on the drugs and the alcohol.
So that clip you just played, was that Trump or was that Owen Schroyer? I'm a little confused.
We like Roger Stone when he's on the air with Alex Jones. I'm not sure there's a better 1-2 punch ever. I mean, you're talking Don Drysdale and Sandy Coates.
I did a perfect job. Perfect.
I won the debate. Everybody knows.
Perfect answer.
I had a whiff of, I think it was it was kind of like a Pinot coming from Kamala Harris, maybe a Pinot Noir. And
well, bottom line, we're living in historic times, very dangerous times, insane times. And Chase Geyser, what do you think about the situation? I mean, this has been something else.
I mean, that's a hell of a question, Alex. What I think about the situation, I think Donald Trump was right. He said it beautifully in his closing
He told
statement.
the truth.
That if Kamala Harris wins, we're going to have World War III. We've got all these conflicts between Ukraine and Russia and Israel and the Gazans and potentially China and Taiwan, none of which would be issues whatsoever had he been the president for the last 4 years. And so I think this is an existential thing. And there's a lot of reasons that I'm voting for Donald Trump, but the main reason that I'm voting for him is simply because all of the world's supervillains hate him. And he's one of the only people I can think of in the world like that. RFK Jr. is another example of someone like this as well, which is why I'm so pleased to see him join forces with Trump. But that's all that anybody should need to know who to vote for. And it's a fact.
And then also as I ran for vice presidency under the Libertarian Party, came up short. What I like to see is so many of the dissidents that I respect. I don't perceive Vivek Ramaswamy to be like an old guard conservative. He's certainly a new variant. He's in the MAGA camp. You got RFK Jr., you got Tulsi Gabbard, you got Eric and Brett Weinstein, who I respect tremendously. I think that you're just seeing kind of this confluence of dissident thinkers, really like the rare people that see the truth we're awash in so much deception. They are all coming together and kind of galvanizing behind not so much Donald Trump, but this movement to take our political establishment back from the powers that be. I think that's what inspires me the most.
Yeah, and on the other side, we got the John McCain's, the Dick Cheney's, the Goldman Sachs, the military-industrial complex, the intel agencies, and the corporate media,
and the defense contractors,
and the entire Fortune 100.
Yes,
it's crazy.
By the way, Kamala Harris endorser Taylor Swift has turned off the comments,
of course,
turned off the replies to her post. So what did I tell you? That wasn't going to go the way they expected.
Yeah. She's full of World Economic Forum.
Most Swifties are Trump supporters. And Chase, I would just say in response, because I thought you were going to go with something more simple, like I'm voting for Donald Trump because I'm not an idiot.
That would work too.
That would probably be the shorter answer.
Except I am an idiot. So,
well, the one thing I would just say in response to that, just from a philosophy standpoint, is I don't want to be the dog that gets wagged by the tail. Where, hey, if all the bad guys say this is bad, then all of a sudden, I like it, because that's kind of a dangerous psychology to go into anything with. However, I do think in this case it's pretty obvious. The reason why all these, as you call them, supervillains hate Donald Trump, because he really is trying to give the power back to the people. And while it's like, quite frankly, it's like 10% of what it should be, at least it's moving in the right direction. We've had all these different administrations. That's what's so ironic about Democrats. Oh, look, we have George Bush and Dick Cheney. You guys can have RFK and Tulsi. Oh, okay. Wow, what are you going to trade me next? Like $1 million for a ham sandwich? So I think that when you see Trump getting in there and at least like moving it 10% in the right direction of where it needs to go, And then you say, okay, well, what's next? Well, maybe it's Vivek Ramaswamy. And now he's like, hey, I want to slash the government down to like nothing. Or maybe it's Elon Musk getting in there with the government efficiency program and saying, yeah, we got to cut this spending. We got to figure out how. So it's all about trends. It's all about moving things in the right direction. And I think that's why they hate Donald Trump. That's why they hate Elon Musk. And we're going to have disagreements on policy, and we're going to have disagreements on other things that come up. But it's all about moving humanity in the different direction from centralization, corporate world government, mandates, essentially communism in practice, versus what America was actually established for, the Revolutionary War, the shot heard around the world, the idea that the individual can be trusted with self-government, the idea that the individual has rights from God, the creator, and that a king or an oligarch or any form of authority can't determine your future, your fate, your lineage. And so that's what we need to get back to.
Well, they're after. I just wanted to point out they're after a new world order. They're after total information supremacy and domination. And a lot of this started on 9/11. Just a few minutes ago here on the East Coast, the clock struck midnight. And today, as of in the making of this video, it is 9/11. And I think Alex knows this more than anyone else. This is one of the starts of the New World Order. I think they are in full panic mode, trying to, of course, control it, trying to grow it, trying to sustain
And COVID
it.
was the next big assault to bring in their New World Order.
Exactly. And today should be a big reminder to everyone paying attention right now who has been awake for a very long time, just how destructive, just how capable the system is when it comes to, of course, running larger psyops. 9/11 should be the big wake-up call for the average American out there to understand just how low down and dirty and sinister the government could act during times of crisis that they help engineer. So this is something that, of course, we need to kind of hone in. We need to understand, and we need to have a perspective. We need to step back a little bit and understand, hey, the system will do unspeakable things to you and your family members, and we are just a few days away from one of the biggest deciding decisions of all of America.
We are simpatico because I got up to go tell them some headlines. The great crew has been working, some of them 18 hours. And I was thinking, what are black swan events? 9/11 is today. It's already here. I want to go ask Luke about the criminals we're up against and how they'll do anything. What will they pull now? They already tried to kill Trump on July 13th. And I literally walk in and sit down and my ass hits the chair and you start saying that. So I want to ask everybody about black swans, 9/11, Cheney, one of the main architects of it, we know, inside job, doing all this. And how low will these globalist scumbags go? But first, a little levity. I know the theme of your show is the German Shepherd. It's right behind you. For people that don't know, that dog, let's punch up Luke Rukowski, please.
She's right there.
That dog,
right
it looks like he's very relaxed. That is it. Is your dog voting?
Blondie?
Now hold on a second.
Hey,
the angle of that arm is very suspicious right now. It's a German Shepherd.
Female. She's not a soy boy. Okay, she's a woman. She could
What's
have
the
that
dog's
arm
name?
that way. Owen.
What's the dog's name?
Atlas. Atlas.
Atlas.
Oh, she shrugged.
Oh, that's a pretty
She
girl.
shrugged.
Oh yeah,
Atlas shrugged.
She's based off Atlas Shrugged. She's smarter than most Democrats, and she is an awesome dog that is pretty much.
You give her a treat?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know how many Haitians their mouths are watering right now?
Yeah, don't take her to Ohio, please.
We keep her.
Yeah, no. That's Haitians will
away
eat
from
that
little
dog in
Haiti.
5 minutes.
She's well fed.
She's well fed, and
foie dog. I love foie dog.
So she's very well trained, and no one will be trying to eat her. She'll be trying.
Is that like one of those Austrian shepherds, or like a smaller German shepherd?
No, she's just a female. Females are usually smaller than your average kind of other German shepherds, but she is again incredibly
Podium.
smart and a looker, and she's the mascot of this show. As of course, that's the kind of an antithesis of what we're trying to propel here and trying to represent here in the dog world, if we would.
Well, it's nice you can keep your German Shepherd trained, unlike Joe Biden, whose dogs bite secretly.
Gotten rid of like 5 of them.
Oh, don't talk about Kamala like that.
Oh.
No, she doesn't. Whoa. Kamala doesn't bite. That's how she worked her way up the system.
Really gave that dog a bone.
I stand corrected.
Yeah, she blows. She doesn't bite.
Did you guys see the video that came out, the 95 ABC News report?
Yes, we were playing that
basically
beforehand.
suggests-
She was asked if she was a child of Mayor Willie Brown, who, by the way, also got warnings specifically not to fly on 9/11 the day beforehand, very suspiciously.
He told the San Francisco Chronicle that. That's a fact. So I'll ask everybody now, what will the deep state do? What desperate thing could they pull?
We were talking about this in the beginning of the broadcast. We talked about it a little bit before this as well. I think there's going to be a larger kind of potential false flag attack on the Democrats, potentially even Biden, to make right-wingers look absolutely awful, to make them look horrible. And then comes, of course, the confiscations of people's self-defense tools. Then comes the crackdown. Then comes we need to shut down free speech platforms since they allowed this kind of hatred and this type of rhetoric to be perpetrated here. I think that's more of a likely scenario. I'm also looking at Ukraine, since, of course, they're also in a very desperate situation, and there could be some desperate moves being made there and some other potential false flags on both sides of the conflict there that could engulf all of Europe and could also potentially create an emergency situation where things need to be locked down. So I'm looking at both of those scenarios personally myself as hypotheticals of what potentially could happen here.
I think the October surprise is more likely to be. I'm the moderate here. I think that it's highly probable that Joe Biden will step down due to health reasons, and they will make Kamala the incumbent to try and give her that boost in the polls. My deepest concern is, obviously, I do believe that the Secret Service either stood down or the government was actually actively involved in the attack on Donald Trump. I'm not sure which, but it's certainly one or the other. I think that there's a distinct possibility that they take another go at Donald Trump. And if they think that will create it'll be too obvious at this junction, maybe they write it off. Maybe they say, okay, we're just going to do the same thing we did with Trump during the first term. We're gonna impeach him over stuff that we're guilty of. We're going to lie nonstop. We're going to use the media apparatus to trying to suppress and not get his policy agenda implemented. And then, because of the national debt, I mean, we're already pushing 1.2 trillion in national debt. I could totally see them, resetting the global economy. We're sitting on quadrillions worth of debt worldwide. My background is in finance. I ran a mortgage company for a decade. I'm extraordinarily nervous, regardless if he wins or loses. I think that the economic outlook for this country and for the world is in grave peril. They would love to pull the ripcord while a populist right-wing leader is in the seat of power, because then they can blame him and basically make populist right-wing movements look like they're the end of the world. So that's my greatest fear right now.
I think we're looking at the recycling of the Russian collusion hoax. It worked extraordinarily well for them the first time. They're going to try it again. They're already warning us about it, even though there's no evidence of it whatsoever. Or maybe it's the Iranian hoax. That's the other one that's out there. So I agree with Clint. I think the greatest danger is to Donald Trump's person. This is I pray every night for his protection because he's a force of nature. They know that he cannot be stopped, that he won't quit, that he can't be bought, that he can't be bullied, and therefore that's my greatest fear. Another attack. I don't think they'll try to shoot him again. I think they'll try some other nefarious plot. I hope I'm wrong, but I wrote a book on the assassination of President Kennedy. I'm working on a book on the attempted assassination of Ronald Reagan. And the more I read and the more I see from people like Corey Mills, the congressman from Florida, and Clay Higgins from Louisiana, who are asking all the right questions about Butler, Pennsylvania, but we're not getting any of the answers. That's my deepest concern.
Wait, hold on. Atlas, what do you think? She says the globalists are trying to turn her gay.
If you take the atrazine, she would. Hey, seriously, I'm going to play a clip of the press secretary just now, a few days ago, saying that Kamala was running things just as much as Biden, which we know neither one of them was running things. But the fact that she's trying to say turn the page, she's been in charge according to them. Here's the clip.
President Biden defined Vice President Harris as a progressive Democrat.
Look, the vice president has been a critical partner to this president. All you got to do is look at the record and what we have been able to do in the past 3.5 years, the Biden-Harris administration has been able to do. You think about the economy, you think about healthcare, and you think about these really important generation-changing legislation that are now laws, obviously.
All right. Well, I want to just say to Luke Rakowski and the whole great crew and Roger Stone, we're going to leave you guys here in a few minutes, and we're going to take some spaces, commenters, and let the viewers and listeners respond here for another hour or so. I want to thank the crew. I've been here since 6 a.m. to do Harrison Show, American Journal, 8 a.m. Central, my show, 11 a.m. Central, Owens, 3 to 6 p.m. It's been a real honor to be with you guys. Incredible points. And I really appreciate all you and the viewers on your great operations there. Real quick for my audience, for all of you guys, tell people how they find you and the great work you're doing. Because we really, we got Elon Musk, we got Tucker Carlson, we got all these big, huge guys. You guys are huge, reaching millions and millions a day. And it's a real wealth of liberty we have that it makes it a lot harder for them to target us when there's so many of us, and it's just growing and growing. And Luke's been around forever, and so many others. Roger for 45, 50 years fighting the tyranny. But now, I mean, we're on the march, they're on the run, and power is slipping away from the globalists, and we know that. So just for my viewers, and we're going to end the simulcast with you guys to finish up here with some of our callers and folks on X. I got to get the crew out of here within an hour. They're going to die like I am. But it's amazing to be here doing all this. Everybody, tell folks about your transmissions.
Alex, I really appreciate you. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all the work that you would be doing. Check us out on thebestpoliticalshow.com. We're going to be returning in just a few hours from now with Mark Dice, Richard Gage with a special 9/11 show, noon Eastern, thebestpoliticalshow.com. We're also live streaming right now on Roger Stone's channel on the Stone Zone on Rumble. We're also there. And just to subscribe, support independent media, support everyone, support yourself, support people who are speaking up, because we're taking serious risks that, again, are very severe, and they're going to be put to challenged, and they're going to be tested more than ever before.
I just wanted to add to, in terms of supporting independent platforms, Rumble, Chris Pavlovsky, along with Elon Musk and X, have been under fire. We have an exclusive deal with Rumble. It's all one word. We Are Change is the name of our channel. Obviously, you can go to our website or you can go to Rumble. I would highly encourage you to do both so you can support that platform. I have my show over there as well. It's called Liberty Lockdown. Got the Stone Zone. We Are Change. Really appreciate you guys. Clint Russell at Liberty Lockpod. Thank you guys.
Roger.
All right. Obviously, you can go to stonezone.com. You can also find us at rumble.com/Roger Stone, which is the Stone Zone, and often appear on InfoWars. I had a great interview with Alex. It seems like it was 2 days ago, but I actually think it was yesterday. There's so much going on. Our politics are moving extraordinarily quickly. The electorate is volatile. These people are capable of anything whatsoever to stop Donald Trump from returning to the White House and to stop his bid to make America great. So I want to thank everybody who tuned in tonight. And Alex, particularly, thank you. You are indefatigable. And Owen, I had no idea you could do that good an impression of Donald Trump.
That was great.
All right, God bless you guys. We'll talk to you soon.
AlexJonesGame.com for Andrew Meyer. Just want to plug that too. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a great video game, folks, and it supports the broadcast. People should get the game. It's hilarious. How do they get it?
AlexJonesGame.com.
All right. Thank you, guys. All right. I am going to leave.
All right.
Because if I don't get 5 hours sleep,
turn this
I will
off
turn
here.
into a pumpkin.
As of course,
So I'll
that
be listening
was
on the way home.
an incredible broadcast that we've been on for quite a while. This has been, I think,
this is a fucking marathon. Effing marathon. Jeez,
yes, this has been a big marathon. We're very lucky to have Roger Stone on here with us. Really appreciate your comments and perspective. There's so many other things we could get into, so many other things we could specifically talk about. RFK Jr. just came out with a statement as well, but I think we're going to save the conversation specifically for tomorrow, noon, when we come back, 12 Eastern, with Mark Dice and Richard Gage that will be joining us in over Skype. We're doing Zoom calls since, of course, Richard Gage and Mark Dice are not going to be here in Florida. We always appreciate Roger being able to come down and be a part of the show and do everything here. We were also supposed to tell you about 1775coffee.com. Let me just do that really quick. 1775coffee.com/Luke. It's Rumble's Coffee. Go check them out. Go support them. And it really does mean a lot to us that you support all these kind of different endeavors and all these different kind of things that we are doing here, because we can't do it without your support. So all the super chats, really appreciate you guys. And
we're talking Bolivian mountains, hand-picked and bursting with flavor. That's usually reserved for the elite, but now it's for those of us who get it. So why keep handing your cash to those woke corporate chains when you could be sipping something better? Supporting free speech and backing Rumble all at once. Go to 1775coffee.com. Use code Luke and get 15% off your first bag. Trust me, it is one of the best you'll ever taste. You'll never go back to that stale corporate sludge. Join the coffee revolution. Brew rebellion with every cup. 1775coffee.com and use code Luke.
It is more important than ever now to be supporting freedom of speech. So just get the coffee.
You're going to buy coffee anyways.
It supports Rumble directly, and we also appreciate all you guys supporting us directly, all the people calling in, all the people signing up to LukeUnfiltered.com. Truly means a lot to us, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for your support. We have an uphill battle. It's going to get tough. It's going to get a lot more difficult before it gets easier, and we're all here for it. And it's really a time to get tested. And
personal note, just a total honor to be able to have watched that debate with the great Roger Stone. I thought your insight was concise and eloquent as always, and everybody here. Martha, I really appreciate you guys. It was a fantastic show to be able to do simulcast. I feel like we're living through history, and to have a voice in it means the world to me. So thank you guys for tuning in and making this all possible.
Any other closing comments, Roger?
We're not on YouTube, are we?
We are.
Oh, sorry. I had something to say about YouTube, but I'll save it till Rumble tomorrow morning.
Roger.
I can't wait to hear it.
Martha, Stephanie?
Thanks so much, Luke, for having me here. Thank you so much to Mr. Stone for being here, and to everyone here. You can find me, Martha Bueno for Miami, on X and IG.
All right, guys, it's 12:38 Eastern AM. Thanks for sticking around. This is Steph. We are Change, pushing the buttons. You can find me on X at StephWRC.
AlexJonesGame.com, at Liberty Locked Pod on X. Liberty Lockdown is the show. New episode dropping tomorrow. And I also do Tower Gang, which you should never watch.
And you're watching thebestpoliticalshow.com. We return tomorrow with another OG, Alex Jones, Mark Dice.
Yeah.